Call to order the June 15th, 2021 full city council meeting. The clerk will call the roll. Is she on? To record attendance. And there will always be a day.
Burgos,
Here.
Bartley,
Here.
Graney,
Here.
Hernandez. Here. Leahy,
I'm present.
LeBron Martinez,
Here.
Lisi,
Here.
McGee,
Here.
McGivern,
Here.
Murphy,
Here.
Sullivan,
Here.
Almond,
Here.
Bacon.
Here.
And I haven't said this in a while. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the
flag, United States of
United States of America.
the
And to the
republic,
republic
for which it stands,
stands
one
one nation, under God,
indivisible,
indivisible, liberty,
justice.
and justice for all.
God bless America.
in the city of Holyoke.
And the city council.
City. Well, welcome back, everybody. It's been quite some time. Before we get started, I'd just like to give a special thanks to Mayor Murphy, Councilor Murphy, Sean from the Board of Health, Rory, police, fire, teachers, DPW, U.S. counselors, all the members and workers at City Hall, pretty much everybody. In order to get through this, to be here today, it took everyone working together. It's been a tough time, but, you know, little arguments here and there, but we put all that aside and we worked together to get where we're at today, which is all being here together, healthy and moving forward. One thing I can say is, you know, when this first started and we did our first test Zoom, we all kind of chuckled at it, saying, oh, this is different. And, you know, some of the comments were, well, it'll be a month, maybe 2 weeks. And then things kind of spiraled out of control. But through it all, everyone worked in this chamber to give the city of Holyoke and the residents, government, give them work, get the things done to make sure that their quality of life was addressed. So thank you from myself for all the work that you put in over this time, and to all the City Hall employees that did everything to make sure that we were safe. So with that, item 1 is still on the table, but it'll stay there because we'll be having a meeting tomorrow for the third part of the budget. Items 2 and 3.
Make a motion to remove from the table together as a package, Mr. President, if we
Second.
could.
Second.
Motion is to take up 2 and 3 as a package. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
Make a
opposed?
motion, we go to the second reading.
Second.
Motion is to go to the second reading. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I think we all know the saga of these two items. They first were heard in the Finance Committee back in the late spring. There are two transfers initially put in by then Mayor Morris, again resubmitted by yourself as acting mayor, and again resubmitted by our Mayor Terrence Murphy. These are back pay items for our former city solicitor, who we learned through the process from the October of 2018 had performed the duties of city solicitor but was not paid at the correct salary rate. We learned that, and I think it was unanimous, we learned that before she left us, this year's salary was adjusted by our vote, and she was collecting the correct salary this year. These two transfers would allow the city to pay her back pay for the time that she filled in as the city solicitor. We noted through that process that not only was she doing the job as the city solicitor, managing the office, managing the budget of the office, she also was assigned to us, which meant she was here for our city council meetings, here for most of our city council ordinance committee meetings, and charter and rules and other subcommittees by on demand. Most of us, or I speak for myself, but I think most of us have stated the argument that this is back pay that she deserves. I note that there is a minority position, which is more about paying monies prior to this fiscal year itself. We've had not only our own law department, but other lawyers weigh in that this is acceptable as back pay. It's not a salary increase. The city solicitor's salary has been the same for several years now. It's just recognizing her acting as out of grade, acting as a city solicitor, but not being paid accordingly. The Finance Committee voted, I'm testing my memory, I think it was a split vote, but the Finance Committee did vote it out after vetting it, and we've taken several votes, but we've yet to have all 13 city councilors present to take a final vote. I ask that we pass the second reading this evening.
Anyone further? Counselor Vacan.
Thank you, Mr. President. And again, we are all repeating ourselves. However, I think it should be in the public record, now that we're back in chambers for the public review, that yes, it is about prior years, and it's about money that was expended by the law department under her direction in those years and moved out of that budget line by her request. And so these monies were expended in the interest of the city and the residents and under the direction of the acting city solicitor at the time. And so those of us who are in opposition to this 3-year reach back in time, at a time when our city is fundamentally broke and has no cash and is facing a $3+ million deficit, to be going back in time, that like we have a lot of money to be going back and fixing things that were well known throughout the tenure of the individual, I think is just not fair to the taxpayers. But we've been around and around on this. The only other point I want to make is there is absolutely no requirement for 13 city councilors to be present for any vote of this body. And we have taken many 9-vote required votes without 13 members present. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anyone further? Counselor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. President, I requested a legal opinion 2 weeks ago at the last meeting on this issue. I have yet to hear from the city solicitor regarding some of the procedural problems that we had with this. Some things in Robert's Rules of Order and some things in the city council rules and regulations are not cohesive, such as when a vote is taken and is offered for reconsideration, that reconsideration, according to Robert's Rules of Order, should come from the prevailing side. And that didn't, or I should say from the non-prevailing side. That procedure did not happen. I also requested some information on other aspects of how many times a item can be tabled, how many times it can be resurrected. I never received any information from the city solicitor or anybody else in government, and I think that the city of Hoyoke and the people are entitled to know that information and get a legal opinion on these issues. Thank you.
Yet just so the council's aware, there was a legal opinion that came in this afternoon. I think Jeffrey sent that around 4 o'clock today.
4 o'clock.
Mr. President, excuse me, I requested that 2 weeks ago.
No, I'm just letting you know. Once I get it, I'm just letting you know.
No. I did not have a chance to see it,
Okay.
and I'm sorry, but that's just not, that does not settle in my book. Thank you.
Anyone further? Anyone online? I gotta look. No hands? Seeing none, the motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfers. 2 and 3, if you vote no, you're voting against.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez. Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Lucy,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes?
McGivern,
Yes?
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
No.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
9 yeas, 4 nays.
With your vote, you're approved 2 and 3. Item 4 is laid on the table. Point of order to this one is that it's gone two times on the agenda and not being taken up. And I was speaking with another counselor that for Robert Rules purposes, that this basically would have to be a refile for that that issue. And I think the person who filed it was in agreement with that. So for the next agenda, it just won't appear on, laid on the table and have to be refiled. Okay?
Mr. President, point of order.
Yep, Counselor Graney.
To go back to the last question, could you read the legal opinion into the record for me, so at least I would know what it was?
Oh, that's a start. So to the council, going back to the verbiage of the City Council Rule 23, when a vote has been taken by either an affirmative or negative vote, it shall be in order for any member to move to reconsider thereof at the same session, but not afterwards. But when a motion for reconsider is decided, the vote shall not be reconsidered. The second part, when a motion to reconsider is decided, the vote shall not be reconsidered. This law department reading of that is that the motion to reconsider is not debatable. Once it is decided that an item is to be reconsidered or not, it ends there and it cannot be up for debate. As for inquiry regarding tabling or continuing the matter or a separate occasion, I refer to council to the fact that each time motion laid on the table has been requested, has been for different reasons, seeking a legal opinion, Chapter 44, Section 84, refiling, so on and so forth. And they give other examples. I would reiterate that based on the Robert's Rules of Orders, it is permissible to move a motion to lay on the table after it has been reconsidered. I hope that the above addresses your concerns. If you have any questions or anything else, please contact me, and that would be Lisa Ball of our city solicitor.
Just one question, Mr.
Yes.
President. So some things we go by Robert's Rules of Order, and other things we go by City Council rules. Is that correct?
Well, if we have a rule that addresses it, then we go by our rules. If there is, I think it's within our rules. 43. Robert's rules shall be the authority adopted by the city council on all points of parliamentary procedure not specifically covered by the city charter or statute, ordinance, or the rules of the city council.
Thank you.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I realize we're not acting on item number 4. It doesn't sound like this evening, but I do challenge that ruling. The rule you just read has always been interpreted that we refer to Robert's rules, formerly we used the meters, and when and only we cannot resolve something on the city council floor, not for further interpretation of rules of how to run meetings. We have always used that common sense approach that if one of our rules is not working or there is a point of order that is not working, then we can refer to Robert rules, but only then. And there is nothing here, because if that rule is being interpreted the way you are, looks like the budget's going to have to be refiled.
I'm just letting you know
I
it's
respectfully
brought up.
disagree with that ruling. I
can
know
always-
it's not a ruling tonight by yourself,
We can always get an
but
opinion
I
on
would
that as well.
respectfully to let the city clerk know that, I disagree with that.
It wasn't the clerk, it was something that was brought to my attention tonight, which I was addressing. If we want a legal opinion, we can give that to Lisa Ball and get an opinion on number 4.
No. I think we need a legal opinion because I think we're all going to need to buy handbooks of Robert's rules if we're going to be, every time we need to do something, have to refer to Robert's rules. We have good rules. We have a good charter. It's old. It needs some changing, but it's hard to change. We have good rules, and I think the most important rule we have is a common sense one to get everybody to vote on the issue, knowing both sides of the issue, and go forward. I think we all know both sides of the issue, probably all 3 sides of the issue of item number 4. And, to say just because it's on the table doesn't mean it dies necessarily. But I would ask that we did get a legal opinion on that.
Well, we can have the city solicitor look at item 4 and Robert's rules with regards to that. Since there's no action on 4, next would be 5.
Make a motion to receive and open up the public hearing.
Second.
Motion is to receive.
Mr. President?
Open
When you make, after you make, I don't want under discussion.
Counselor Bartley?
Can we just leave this on the table, because we're gonna take it up in DGR, and we got a whole, the DGR didn't make the agenda, so we've got a whole series of things. We'll just take that up in one lump sum, so let's just leave it here now, and we'll deal with it shortly.
Okay,
Thank you.
all right, so.
If the body's okay with that.
So, yeah, for those who couldn't make last night's meeting, we did take up an order from Counselor Sullivan and myself to address this issue. There is a solution to it, but there's some items that are gonna, or an item that's gonna come out of DGNR, so we can take it up together, if that's what the will of the body is. All right, hearing none. Going to item 6. And I'd say take out of order item 53.
So moved.
So motion to suspend the rules, take up 6 and 53 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 6 is the Committee on Public Service and was referred in order that the Personnel Department post a position for treasurer and the Public Service Committee begin the interviews for the City Council to appoint the treasurer to fill the unexpired term of Sandra Smith. Recommend it's been complied with. We sent it to legal to, could we vote on it in that fashion? Legal just said file a separate order, which is item 53, that says that the City Council would like to fill the vacancy of City Treasurer with Katie Jakowski, who we interviewed, was the only applicant. So with that, under discussion for anybody, or would you like to go to the first ballot?
Go to the first ballot.
Motion is to go to the first ballot to elect and fill the treasurer position. Clerk will call the roll. Please state the name of your person, and the first person to 7 will be appointed as the next treasurer.
Anderson Burgos,
Kate Jakowski.
Bartley,
Kate Chakowski.
Rainey,
Kate Chakowski.
Hernandez,
Kate Chakowski.
Leahy,
Miss Kate Jakowski.
LeBrun Martinez,
Kate Chakowski.
Lacy,
Katie Jakowski.
McGee,
Katie Jakowski.
McGivern,
Katie Jakowski.
Murphy,
Katie Chakowski.
Sullivan,
Katie Jakowski.
Tallman,
Kate Jakowski.
Bacon,
Kate Jakowski. I didn't have
Bacon.
the mic on. Kate Jakowski.
Kate Jakowski appointed on the first ballot to treasurer.
With your vote, you voted Katie Jakowski. Congratulations to Katie. Next is public comment. Is there anyone? There's no one here for public comment? No? Okay, so we do have someone in attendance. And thank you. So no one here for public comment. Anyone online for public comment? So Elizabeth Ramirez is the first. Just as a reminder, this is going to be a fun one. So for public comment, full name, address. It's a minute and a half. At the minute mark, I'll just let you know. And then from there, we'll go, you'll finish up, and then we'll go to the next person. So with that, is she up or? Okay. Miss Ramirez, right? That's what you said?
Hi, Elizabeth Coretti Ramirez. I'm at 205 Bemis Road. And is this the appropriate time to comment on the Indigenous Peoples Day resolution?
Yes.
Okay, so I am Italian American. As you might tell from my middle name, I'm also a teacher, and I'm a Spanish teacher, and I've studied and teach about things around Columbus and the beginning of Europeans in the Americas. And I was appalled as an Italian American that Columbus was being used to represent my people, because he was a pretty terrible guy. He started slavery, the Atlantic slave trade. He was somebody who committed genocide. He took in slaves. He let people rape Native women. And so I'm highly offended that anybody would think that this man properly represents Italian Americans. And also, I would like to replace Columbus Day with the Indigenous Peoples Day, because it's the right thing to do. We are on Indigenous land. We should be paying tribute to the people who cared for this land for centuries. Also, our city is half people who are descendants of Tainos. And I think we should
minute, just let you know.
have a big celebration for for St. Patrick's Day. I think we should also be honoring the heritage of our Puerto Rican neighbors. And I think Indigenous Peoples Day would do more service to more of our population. And I think Columbus Day, as I stated earlier, is actually an insult to Italian Americans. And I'm not in favor of, I've heard some people saying we should have an Italian celebration day, but the people who cared for this land and were here first were the Indigenous people. I really feel like we need to have a holiday to celebrate them, and that should be reflected in our government. And I think that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you. What was it? Next is John Rivera.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So my name is John Rivera, and I go by JR, and I live on 2 Laurel Street, Holyoke. And I'm here on the basis of item 3, filed by Councilwoman Hernandez. Although I believe this to be the bare minimum and a symbol as towards how little we've progressed, I'm in full support of such an item / proposal / resolution. I hope to see less performative action for the purposes of opportunism and more direct action that combats injustices that we see in our streets, departments, and all circles here in Holyoke. As a Boricua, I appreciate this item, but I do believe it is opportunistic in approach. I hope to see direct action to combat systemic racism, over policing, and disparities within my community, none of which I have seen at all growing up, and keeping tune with the circus that is our city council. Again, I, like many in my community, am in full support of this and hope this goes through swiftly. Sending my gratuity to Councilwoman Libby Hernandez for taking the lead on this. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else? Joanne Grisanti? Joanne Grisanti?
Hello.
Yes.
Hi. My name is Joanne Grisanti, and I live on Bemis Road. I'm a third-generation Italian American, and I've lived in Holyoke for 13 years. When I moved my family to the Valley from New York, we chose to buy a house in Holyoke because it was and is one of the more racially diverse communities in the area. Since about half of Holyoke citizens are Latinx, Holyoke should be a leader in modeling and promoting racial justice in all aspects of community life. Changing Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day would be one such act. As a proud Italian American, I urge you to honor my heritage by acknowledging that Christopher Columbus was not merely an explorer, but rather a cruel, murderous invader whose memory really should not be immortalized. Instead, let us honor the innocent indigenous peoples who he and others brutalized and ensure that their memory and cultures are preserved by providing annual recognition. Thank you.
Thank you. Sandra Ramanjan? Sandra, are you there? Sandra Ramanjan? Hopefully I'm saying
Sorry, I'm so sorry.
No
My
problem.
computer went cuckoo for a minute. I'm very happy to speak on this issue of Indigenous Peoples Day. Yes, my grandparents on my mother's side are Italian.
Sandra,
they
not
came
to,
here
not,
all from
Sandra,
to
just,
Ellis Island.
Sandra, just your address,
even they,
please.
this was years ago that they passed away, but even back then in the 70s, they spoke about Christopher Columbus not in the most heroic terms. And I think for people of their generation, and because Indigenous Peoples Day was not widely discussed at that time, it was interesting to me to hear their take on this famous explorer of Italian descent. Certainly all these years later, I would hope, and I moved to Holyoke because of the diversity in this community. And I would hope that all these years later, we can re-examine Christopher Columbus for who he was, what he did, and, you know, take some real pride in acknowledging that the indigenous peoples that he did murder and slaughter and enslave really are the rightful heirs of a special holiday. I think I want Holyoke to be a progressive community, and we are a diverse community. I think we're more diverse and more trusting and helpful to each other than a lot of other surrounding communities who have reputations of being very liberal. I think really Holyoke outdoes them all. We have more
Sandra,
people.
you're at 1 minute.
Okay, more people of different nationalities and income levels working and living side by side than they do in Northampton and Amherst and all these other so-called liberal communities. So I totally think it's celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day would be progressive, the right thing to do for Holyoke. I hope it passes. Thank you. I'm
Thank
sorry,
you.
I live on Walnut Street in Holyoke. I didn't say that at the beginning.
Thank you very much. Rena Oduro? Rena Oduro?
On mute.
She's on mute. You're on
Sorry
mute?
about that.
No problem.
My name is Rena Oduro. I live on School Street in Webster, Mass. I don't actually live in your community, but I'm calling in because I know folks who do, and I am in support of the change from Christopher Columbus Day to Indigenous Peoples Day. I know many Italian people and have Italian friends, and they have such beautiful culture. And Christopher Columbus is definitely not a representation of the Italian Americans that I know or of their culture. Christopher Columbus was a genocidal murderer who killed women, children, committed the most horrible atrocities that I can't even say here because it's so bad that it could traumatize people just to hear about it. Just like when I heard about it, when I learned about it and read what he did to the indigenous people of the Caribbean, the Taino people, it really was very traumatic to me. And what I would like everyone to think about is the children. Our children, my children are Taino children, and my children are going into the public schools, and they're learning about Christopher Columbus and this story that is told about him that's absolutely untrue. And at home, they're learning the true story of Christopher Columbus, and obviously, age appropriately, the trauma that he caused to the Taino people.
You're at a minute, just to let you
children-
know. You're at a minute, just to let you know.
Thank you. So when my children go to school and hear the story that's told in school, and then they're hearing the story that's told at home, the school system is doing our children a disservice by not telling the true history and by continuing to celebrate Christopher Columbus, and by celebrating Indigenous Peoples Day and them being Indigenous people. That will encourage these children and support them in being able to identify as who they are and feeling good about themselves and feeling good about their culture, versus going into the schools and feeling withdrawn and really like, wow, this person is celebrated and he killed our people. How could those two things be true at the same time? So really think about the children in making these changes. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard. There's a Richard online with his hand up, but no last name. Richard, are you there?
Yeah, hi, I'm here. Yep.
Richard, full name and address, please.
Yeah, hi, Richard Alstrom, 215 Madison Avenue in Holyoke here. I'm actually the chair of the Holyoke Historical Commission, and this evening I am speaking on behalf of the Historical Commission. Because we just found out or had a chance to discuss agenda item 33 last night, The Historical Commission wrote a letter today and sent it to the City Council, and I would ask that the City Council admit that letter that was submitted today into the minutes. As a commission, the whole body is concerned that the City Council is moving forward with an order that is ill-advised, doesn't follow protocol within the city, and is looking to demolish, I think is it 6 buildings that are of historic significance. The Historical Commission, by ordinance established by the City Council, no permit for the demolition of a historic building or structure shall be granted unless it is first submitted to the Historical Commission for review and comment in accordance with provisions set forth in the demolition delay ordinance, which we do have on our books. It is a city bylaw. This shall include any project which the city is the project proponent or is required to complete a federal environmental review. One of the criteria for the Historical Commission review is any structure that is more than 100 years old. All the properties in item 33 fit that criteria, and most of them have not been brought before the Commission for review. It does not seem prudent or legal to consider, let alone approve, a bond for demolition of these properties prior to approval for demolition, unless the plan is simply to wait out any delays imposed and demolish the properties regardless of their historic significance. The proposal does not provide any information
Just to let you know,
about
you're a
why,
little over the time.
Well, I would ask, so the Historical Commission did not have much time to even, or was not informed about this, so I would ask that I have a little bit of extra time this evening to go through these points.
Well, we can always vote as a body to table it or go to committee. Were you not invited to finance?
If I may. What?
Were you not invited to finance?
It's being received for the first time.
Oh, it's just being received.
We'll make a motion, refer to finance. I don't know what the body wants to do, but.
It's supposedly gonna go to committee if that's what the body's gonna vote for, just to let you know.
Well, I do want to say that the Historical Commission is opposed to this, and that it is, that it did not follow protocol. There's multiple questions that we have that are not, that are brought up because of this. At best, it's oversight by city councilors that have brought this forward. At worst, it's complete disrespect of established protocol, multiple city departments, and the Historical Commission. So we would ask that it is tabled and that the city follow protocol.
Just to let you know, Richard, as I'm going through the agenda, it's under motions, orders, and resolutions, so it's being filed for the first time. There's usually, when it's first time, unless there's an emergency, it gets referred to committee to invite in all the appropriate parties. So it's not as if it's coming out of finance as if it was already acted on and you didn't get invited. So just let you know, it's first time we're receiving it.
Well, but it did come forward in the May 18th meeting, didn't it?
No, what happened was there were, if I remember correctly, and I did turn 50, I feel older. But joking aside, it did get filed, but then it got pulled back because one of the properties was being sold. So I think there's a list of 9. If I'm making that up, I apologize. They pulled it back. They refiled it with these properties because I think 1 or 2 of them are being sold. So they took 2 off the original motion. So nothing has been acted on yet. Just for clarity.
All right, so where does it go this evening?
So it'll go to finance for
Just do it now, Joe.
getting, so
President,
how about we do it this way?
We can make that motion now if it helps.
Yeah, so motion is to go out of order to item 33.
Second.
And the late filed order, suspend the rules, take up the late filed order too from the Historic Commission, because I guess we got that as well, a letter that Mr. Alstrom's reading.
Yes. Reading parts of, yep.
Well, we're not going to read the whole
File
thing.
E, we haven't received it yet, but it'll be E.
Oh.
So we'll take up late file E as well. So 33 and late file E as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Refer to finance, please.
And refer both to finance
Copy to Historic Commission.
and a copy to Historical Commission.
Under discussion.
Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. Just to clarify, this request is coming in through the through Mayor Murphy. It's a legitimate request, as you cited. We rejected it at the last meeting. It's a request for bonding, so it comes in under the Chair of the Finance Committee, which happens to be myself, the Chair of the Finance Committee, who happened to be the original sponsor of the demolition delay ordinance itself. I won't tell you how many years ago, Mr. President, because I don't remember. But we will vet this out in committee, and we'll listen not just to the Historic Commission, but to everybody about the proposal here. I think Mayor Murphy has been very upfront and transparent about what he's attempting to do, and I appreciate the fact that we have, and it's not just Mayor Murphy, there's a city committee that's been working on these demolitions for years now. And I think we'll have plenty of time to vet this out, and certainly we'll listen to the members of the Historic Commission.
If I can, Mr. President.
Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, first let me say I've asked the Problem Properties Group to give us the buildings that were in the worst shape, and that's how the demolition came about. Originally, there were 7 properties. One did end up getting purchased, and the others were all considered to be filed this. I will say, and I did have an invitation to go to the Historical Committee last night, and I was here, unfortunately, for this one, but I will say, and I've said this, one of the things, I have no problem with a demolition delay for review, but I do think the process needs to be, once the Problem Property Group starts to review it, that's when the Historical Commission should start to review it, so that we're not waiting for buildings to be literally close to falling down before we start to look. If we're going to preserve things, we need to act on them prior to them becoming a vacant building for 10, 15, 20 years, be boarded up and have all kinds of things. And most of these have been on the demolition or on the problem property list for more than 10 years. So, and I did get this from the Problem Property Group, but I have no problem referring it to committee. But at some point, I think we need to make a decision. If it's 6 months, then that's fine, but I do think we should change that ruling so that the Historical Commission gets it once the city has it on its Problem Property Group, so that we would be able to spend less money if we're able to rehab them and preserve them, and if not, we'll be able to move them through. Thank you.
Right. So it's 33 is and late file E to receive, refer to finance, and a copy to the Historical Commission.
Yep.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Richard, does that clear it up for you? If you're still on?
Yeah, this evening, we'd be happy to be part of any conversation about making this process more transparent.
Okay. All right. Anyone further for public comment?
More transparent than
All right. So, and now I have a few that came in as email. From Glenn Sullivan, 1015 Hampden Street. Please support, approve Councilor Hernandez's request for establishing of Indigenous People Day in Holyoke. This is from Susan Van Pelt. Dear Jeff, could you please make sure the following gets entered into public comment? Thank you. Dear councilors, I write to support replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous People Day. This is an opportunity for Holyoke to learn better, and with that knowledge to do better. Thank you, Susan Van Pelt. Mimi Panage from 134 Madison Ave. Dear President McGee and Holyoke City Councilors, please accept this letter as public comment regarding tonight's agenda, item 40, calling the establishment of Indigenous People Day. I hope the City Council will act favorably on this matter, and I am grateful that the Councilor Hernandez and her efforts to move this issue forward. It seems like a small, mostly symbolic thing, but some symbols are important, and this is one of them. Communities are built out of the stories we tell with each other about who we are and about who we came from. Our holidays are among the most important ways that we tell these stories. We reaffirm who we are and who we want to be. It is the long pastime of our accounts of ourselves, recognizing great civilizations that arose from the continents of Columbus's sailing. We cannot travel back in time to undo the violence of the founding, but we can commit ourselves to a vision of a wiser, stronger community, one that is not afraid to look honestly at the past and act our ideals in who the city and country should be. It is with the small steps out of the road for a better city that matters and is long overdue. Thank you for your consideration as always and for all the work that you do. Respectfully, Mimi Panich. This one doesn't have a name. Oh, there's no address. It's Stephanie Stouffer. Dear Jeffrey, 100 years ago, my grandfather immigrated to Holyoke from Italy and in the Skinner Mills. It was a weaver in the Skinner Mills. He used to walk from South Hadley to save the streetcar money and be able to provide for my grandmother and her sisters and music lessons later. After immigrating from Italy, my grandfather and the husband ran a restaurant in Holyoke for many years until it was consumed by fire. After the fire, he fled fed Holyoke veterans as a cook at the Soldiers' Home. I am not a current resident. My Italian-American family roots run deep in the city. I vote in favor of establishing Indigenous People Day in the city. And then we do have some statements from, it looks like, this one is from Brookline, Mass, from Darlene Flores. I'm a Native American woman. I am also a mother of 3 children, 9, 7, and 5. I was born and raised in Massachusetts and learned of the lives of Columbus Day. As a child of the public school system, I felt confused about my own identity. I'm just paraphrasing through some of it because it is going to be longer than a minute. Christopher Columbus was not a good person. He wrote journals of the Queen of the atrocities that he had committed. He himself and men under his command. So the people that you know that are Puerto Rican, Dominican, Cubans, Haitians, Jamaicans, we are all descendants of this, and we're pretty sure you're going to know of these descendants. Please, I'm asking you to make sure the correct decision to allow Holyoke to become a anti-racist city and join the other cities in making the right decision for Indigenous Day. And then we have some from, it looks like, statements from organizations, and they're kind of lengthy. What I can say is they're not from Holyoke. I can submit those into the record.
So moved.
Motion that we receive and put on file.
Because they're not Holyoke residents, but they are from, PhDs and doctors and stuff. But they're lengthy, and it's going to be long, a lot more than a minute and a half.
I'll second his motion.
All right. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of those. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Mr. President,
There was someone who did raise their hand again for public comment. It is the 1 minute and a half. Once again, I one letter did reference the 90 seconds. I didn't write the rule. I'm just telling you what the rule is for public comment. I know it was taken up in committee, of which in committee we don't have time limits, and we allowed people to address and answer questions on this without limitation. So it's usually at committee level where we are able to address this in great detail. It's just at public comment, we're stuck to the rule of a minute and a half. So if you've already spoken, we cannot call on you again for public comment. With that, there's no one else for public comment, or? Okay.
Motion to receive item number 7 and adopt the appointment.
So,
Mr. President?
Counselor Hernandez?
I'm sorry, there is a Dr. Darlene Flores with her hand up. I don't know if we've seen that.
Did I? Okay. Well, we'll have her speak if she's here for public comment. Maybe she put the letter because she couldn't. So this is Dr. Flores. Okay.
Am I able to speak?
Yeah, absolutely. Dr. Flores, correct?
Yes, I'm Dr. Flores. I'm a Taino, Native American Indigenous woman. I am a mother of 3 children, and I think it's very important for all Taino descendants that do come from Puerto Rico, Dominican Republic, Cuba, Haiti, and the Bahamas, that our children do receive the same education, the same opportunities. And what is it to show them, when you put this man and idolize a man that brought atrocities to our people? We need to stop the lies now. Excuse me?
You go ahead, someone was talking, we muted that.
Okay, so Christopher Columbus was not a good man. He's not someone that we want to continue idolizing, especially for our children. Holyoke has a big community for Boricuas, Puerto Rican, Dominican, and the Caribbean. And what are we showing our people of Holyoke if we continue to idolize this person?
All right, well, thank you very much. So with that, oh, we do have one more. Chali Narudones. Hopefully I'm saying that right. Are you there? Can you hear us?
Hello.
Hello. Good evening.
Daigwe, Sanokokakuna, Hanhan Katu. My name is Chali Naru, and I am a Newton resident. And I just wanted to piggyback on what my sister, Dr. Darlene Flores, just mentioned about our children. It is imperative that our children, they are our future. And with that being said, I have a little story. I have 3 children, 2 adult girls, 1 10-year-old boy, who has been a victim of bullying because of his indigenous ways. He lives, breathes indigenous ways. I've been teaching him since he was in diapers of who we are as a people, and to learn what Christopher Columbus has done through me, the correct history, and being told something else and being forced to do something else in schools is awful, absolutely awful. He has been bullied, he's been beaten physically, coming home with bumps and bruises because he is as indigenous as it comes. Long hair, red skin. And it's just not fair, especially in the school system, when you constantly go over there over and over and explain to them that Christopher Columbus is not a person to be heroed. All the things he's done to our people, and then yet forced to make a conquistador hat.
Just
and
let you know
parade
you're
around
a
it.
little over a minute. Just let you know.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. And I just wanted to let you know that we need to make this change. Not for us, but for our future. Thank you.
Thank you. There's no one else online for public comment. I have no more emails. That would take us to item number 7, which is
Councilor Hernandez
communications.
is looking to be recognized.
Mr. President,
Oh, I'm
Motion to receive.
sorry,
and
I was
adopt.
on mute.
Hold on, Councilor Hernandez.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would like to suspend the rules to take up my item number 40 out of order, please.
Second the motion.
Thank you. In respect of all the people that we have that have shared public comment, please.
All right, so a motion and was seconded to go out of order to item 40. All those in favor?
Aye. Thank you. And on the order, and to just echo and thank all of the people that came out in support and share their voices tonight. Thank you so much. And on the order, I just wanted to thank the Public Service Committee for taking this up, and for you, Mr. President, for your advice on filing the resolution that I filed on a timely matter. And so the issue at hand is the matter of celebrating Columbus Day and what that actually means. It implies that Columbus is a hero for discovering a world in which people and nations where the established cultures already existed. In fact, the exploration trip was a conquest of slavery, colonialism, oppression that culminated in genocide. And in Massachusetts, our communities should gather on this day and celebrate the cultures and languages of those that are underrepresented, voices that are not heard and no longer here. this holiday contributes to the teaching of wrong information to our children in schools, and it creates a false image, and it degrades the original landowners and acknowledging of their history. So one thing that I wanted to mention, which is very important, and I'm very proud that in our city and in the Holyoke Public Schools, they recognize Indigenous People Days, and they teach the right history to our children. And so I want to thank all my fellow counselors for the support that they have given me. And I know that we can align ourselves together with the rest of the community to successfully take this and vote favorably on it tonight. And I hope that I can be joined in making this a success for our future generations, and for sending the right message to our sister communities, in which we also are transparent and we care about the future and about the teaching the right history to our future generation. Thank you.
Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. In Public Service Committee, we took up this order, and I made a lot of similar statements that echoed a lot of the speakers tonight, so I won't repeat myself. But Holyoke is one of the few communities where the public school is acknowledging and recognizing Indigenous Peoples Days, and the city itself has not made that switch. And to celebrate Columbus Day and to honor Columbus as an explorer who discovered the Americas is simply historically inaccurate. And so I think that by passing this evening, we're just making the correction to bring back the truth to the land and acknowledge the folks that have been here before we were. Thank you. One last thing, because it was taken up in committee, there is a 23B that could be taken up along with this as a package.
I'm not gonna lie, it was easier at my desk at home. Just kidding. 23B, you said, Counselor?
23B.
B, okay. Thank you. Except that one night when I dropped everything on the floor and you lost me for a second. 23B. Motion would be to suspend the rules, take 23B with 40.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
So B was that the Committee on Public Service would refer an order that a proposal resolution filed in the past by Councilor Nelson Roman be taken up by the Public Service Committee relates to the replacing Columbus Day with Indigenous Day. The city Holyoke consists of more than 50% of the population being Latinos, predominantly of Puerto Rican heritage. Have considered the same, recommend that the order be approved. And in that committee that was pointed out by Councilor Hernandez is that she would follow up and file the resolution similar to others that have adopted it, but put it into the form for the city of Holyoke, which she did do, and that was referred to everyone
Friday.
in proper timing. So that's item number 40. So with that, we have both before us. So 23 is recommended that be approved, and then 40 would be adopting the resolution as, because we didn't have it that night. Any questions or any other comments?
I just ask one,
Councilor Murphy.
just one question for Councilor Hernandez. Would, the very last paragraph where, and I guess this could go to the city clerk as well. I mean, I viewed it as kind of creating a task for the city clerk, and I'm not really sure specifically if that would be, if Councilor Hernandez would be okay if that was removed, if the city clerk thought that was kind of giving her a task that is, it looked complicated to me. Maybe it's not, but if we could ask, I'd appreciate that.
Councilor Hernandez?
I think that, I mean, it's the city clerk, has the city clerk expressed that this is a task for them to do? Because I believe that I filed similar on what other towns like East Hampton did, and they went ahead and did this this action here. But in respect to all the tribes, you know, that exist, and for all the different, you know, cultures and spaces and lakes and places that we have here that are named after the continue having the indigenous name. This is why I left that in there, but does the city clerk have an opinion on this? Can she share?
It says to be further resolved that the city clerk shall ensure that and I won't read all of them, but it's the following different tribe names. The Commission on Indian Affairs, so on and so forth, as well as Holyoke School Committee, the Daily Hampshire Gazette, the Springfield Republican, the Holyoke Sun, receive a suitable endorsement copy of this resolution. So it'd be the clerk to send out a copy to all these organizations as well as the papers. I think that's what you're saying there?
Yes, after we vote on it, I think it's just to send a copy of this resolution.
Yeah, I'm fine with doing that as long as, just in case I need any help getting contact information for some of those groups.
I can find the contact information from my fellows, from my brother and city councilor, Omar Gomez from East Hampton, and I can ask them.
Yeah, that's no problem.
Okay,
I can
thank you.
send certified copies to them.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Any further comment? So how about we do 23B, which is recommended that it be approved, which was the public service taking it up. We didn't have anything before them because we had to get the filing. So on that one, it's just to receive and approve that's what's complied with. Is that fair?
Yes,
All
that's
those-
fair. And then we'll do 40 separate?
Yep, so all those in
Okay.
favor?
Aye.
All those opposed. So that was 23B. Off to 40, which is from Councilor Hernandez, that the resolution be created to support the establishment of the Indigenous People Day in Holyoke, of which attached is a resolution, and we confirmed with the clerk on the last part, which is the resolve part. Any other questions on this one? So the motion would be to receive and adopt 40 and pass the resolution.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Do you need a roll call for this, or is it just a regular?
Resolution.
So it's a resolution, so I'd say the ayes have it unless my ears are wrong. Okay.
Can we have a rate?
What was that? I missed that.
We can have a roll call, Mr.
Have a
President.
roll call so we recorded.
Recorded.
Need one more for a roll call?
Second.
All right, so three have
I'll
called
second
for,
that.
three have called for a roll call. The clerk will call a roll. Thank you. If you vote yes, you're voting for the resolution.
Anderson Burgos,
Absolutely yes.
Bartley,
No.
Graney,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
No.
10 yeas, 3 nays.
With your vote, you have adopted the resolution. Back to 7.
Make a motion to receive to adopt the letter, to adopt the appointment of the mayor.
Second.
Second.
So 7 is for communications from Acting Mayor Murphy, a letter appointing Mr. Falsetti of 50 Holy Family Road to serve on the Citizens Advisory Committee for a 1-year term, which will expire June 30th, 2022. Motion is to receive and adopt and confirm the appointment. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just asked that we consider adopting this. I believe it's a new appointment for CAC, but Mr. Falsetti has currently been a member of the CPA committee since the beginning of the CPA committee. He's a Holyoke businessman and a Holyoke resident, and I think a fine choice for CAC, even if it is a new appointment. I would ask that we support him this evening. We understand that a lot of the monies coming in from the federal government are going to be using the block grant process. Part of the block grant process is the CAC Citizens Advisory Committee looking over proposals.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor McGivern, for trying to move this, and I do hope we will do it because we are going to be reviewing in early July many of the proposals as they come in. So I would certainly like to have the committee at its fullest strength possible. And obviously, Mr. Falsetti, interestingly, in 1973, when I first served in the city, it was as Community Advisory Council, and Mr. Falsetti was one of the advisory council members with me. So I know he's got dedicated interest in what goes on in the city, and he specifically reached out to me, and I certainly welcome his involvement.
Anyone further? Councilor Sullivan?
Just a question here. The Citizens Advisory Committee is for the Community Development Block Grant. I don't think that the committee is specifically for the Office of Community Development. Could somebody clarify that a little bit?
Councilor Murphy?
It is the advisory committee for block grant funding, but it's also, by all the indications we've had from the Treasury, going to be the advisory committee in terms of the ARPA funds.
If that's the case, I haven't understood it that way in 6 years. But.
Okay. Councilor McGivern?
For the most part, the Office of Community Development is funded by the block grant, funded by federal dollars, and they go by not all federal rules and laws, but they go by regs that they have to adhere to, and part of it is having a Citizens Advisory Committee. As Councilor Murphy said, and I think we've all received the emails with the not yet finalized, but advisories about how these processes are going to work, and it appears that this committee will be part of it. Could be wrong, but it appears like it.
Okay.
Yep.
Anyone further? So the motion would be to receive and confirm the appointment. It's a one-year term. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
So they're appointed for a one-year term. 8 is a communication from acting city solicitor regarding timelines to act upon an ordinance.
Mr. President,
Yep.
can we suspend the rules and take up 45, 46, and 47 with this,
Second.
please?
Second.
Forty-five, 46, 47?
Yes.
Okay. Motion to suspend the rules, take up 45, 46, and 47 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Aye.
45, order that the city create a retail center zone, taking into account both present, future developments, and that was refiled on 6/2/20. 46 is from Councilor Lisi, order that the city of Holyoke remove from its code of ordinances Appendix A, zoning ordinance, section 8.3, shopping center district, which was refiled. 47, order that the city of Holyoke rezoning the following parcels to retail center in an effort to create a cohesive regional district, and then it lists a series of parcels. And what would we be doing with these?
So, Mr. President, if you can just summarize the letter from our acting city solicitor relative to timelines and notices.
7, okay. This is item 8, June 7th, 2021. Dear councilors, you requested an opinion from my office which sought required timelines to act upon an ordinance, Mass General Law 40A, Section 5. Specifically, there are 3 ordinances that were taken up tonight, June 8, 2021, that are originally filed in 2019 and 2020. The orders in the question are attached in legal opinion therefore. Said public hearing shall be held within 65 days after the proposed ordinance or by the law is submitted to the planning board by the city council or select board or selectmen, or there is none, 65 days after the proposed ordinance or by the bylaws submitted by the city council selectmen. This department's understanding is that the orders in question were filed September 2019, June 2020. Even with the accounting for these tolling periods are as permitted, they are still outside the 65-day requirement. Furthermore, is department's assessment that the orders brought forth and the public hearing scheduled for tonight are inappropriate as they are not scheduled within the 65-day requirement, as course should have refiled or resubmitted. If you have any concerns, please reach Lisa Ball.
Thank you, Mr. President. And under this communication, I want to note for the body that as the orders are filed, they don't include the fact that one of them was 2019. But I would note that this matter has been before us from 2016 and intermittently moving forward. I have not had time to research the last time we voted on this, but this matter has been before us. We have had numerous public hearings on it. To date, I've had no business or property owner in the ward that are all listed in this order approach me or file a petition to have their zoning changed relative to use or any other reason for at least, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years. So we just spent hundreds of dollars advertising for something that was not waived under COVID, even though many things were, because we can't reach back into 2019 and 2020. So I can't stipulate for you the last time this body voted on this, but I would remind us if it was within 2 years that it's not timely anyway. And so I would just like this to be researched before we waste more time and money taking this as a city council initiative for property owners who have not approached us, are not seeking this action, which appears to be the initiative of a counselor who won't be serving on the council next year. So I just am puzzled by it and the repetitive nature of the refilings.
Motion to lay on the table for the purposes of researching when this was last taken up.
Absolutely not.
Second.
All right, so motion was to lay on the table and seconded. You can't debate it. First, is there a vote would be to lay on the table? All those in favor?
We traditionally have a discussion on this before
We've had this fight before. I'm not going to vote to lay on the table because there is a discussion coming, but we've had legal say it. Once you say lay on the table and it was seconded, you have to end the debate. It's in our rules. Vote is to table. All those in favor?
Aye. No.
Those opposed?
No. No.
I'd say the noes have it. Of which now back to his motion is, no motion, it's back to Councilor Lisi.
Roll call?
No,
Roll call.
that's one, that's two. Have you not heard?
Oh, you want
another?
I'll roll call them, sure, sorry.
So 3 members want a roll call.
On the motion to lay on the table?
That's what they want. They think my ears are bad.
We just
That's
do a
what
show of hands?
Do a show of hands. Yeah, show of hands is fine.
Yep, show of hands.
I'd rather do that.
So show of hands to lay on the table. Please raise your hands. 1, 2, 3, 4. Anyone online? No one online, so 4. My ears were correct. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So just to give a brief history here, this was originally filed in April of 2016. We worked on it all that year alongside the planning board, and we made a significant amount of progress. We were about to vote on it at the end of the year, but then there was a change in chairs. And so the order never came up for a final vote. It has never been voted on by this council. It never has left committee. So the planning board is very interested in this item. We do need to coordinate with them. All 3 of these orders were filed last on June of last year, so in the middle of COVID, and the timelines were told, meaning that we had some extra flexibility for when we could hear items after they were actually filed. I'll note that there are a number of business owners in this area who are interested in moving forward on this. First of all, it was within the past 2 or 3 years that the mall came before us for additional height and sign variances built into the business highway zone for the mall, because we were not able to achieve the buffer zoning and sign ordinance language in the RC district. So they came back and we carved out one piece of the RC district to allow the mall to have the signage, the very large signage that it wanted. And there's a lot of other businesses in the area that would benefit from having the same sort of zoning requirements that the mall has. This would create a level playing field amongst all the various parcels that are zoned in a patchwork fashion in this one area where we really want to help direct retail establishments. So to be very clear, this is being refiled because we exceeded the 65-day limit between the filing and when it was scheduled for a hearing. We were under the impression that the timeline was tolled. The tolling of the timelines expired in December, so we're just outside of that window, and so it's being refiled. I would have loved to have moved on it, but there were some counselors that objected to it, as they have over and over again, and creating a significant obstacle for making these Whiting Farms and mall area of our city an attractive place to bring in large-scale retail establishments. So I would like to see these go to committee. We already have coordinated with the planning board on the date that we would like to bring these up for a public hearing. And there are, as I mentioned, many business owners who are interested in moving forward on this at this time. Thank you.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, just through the chair to any member of the ordinance committee, it was taken up June 8th. Can you tell me how many business owners appeared at that meeting? Does any member of the committee want to tell me how many business owners appeared at the ordinance committee meeting when it was taken up?
It wasn't taken up.
Oh, hold on, Councilor Bartley.
Well, it was advertised and hundreds of dollars were spent, so they all got notice. How many business owners?
None.
So none.
I can answer that. So none, because the orders were removed, and I addressed that in the beginning of the meeting.
But they got through the chair. They got notice of the meeting. So they would have received notice to show up. They wouldn't have known that it would have been taken off until that night.
Yeah.
So exactly 0 business owners showed up at that meeting, despite what we just heard from the ordinance chair. Total nonsense.
Well, hold on, Councilor McGivern, then Councilor
Thank you,
Bacon.
President. On item number 45, I would just state that it's an important topic that should go forward, if no other reason, for discussion about the future of our retail zoning and the future of our retail vendors throughout the city. I know in the past that the Pyramid Corporation cautiously is interested in some of the change in this language. I know that for a fact because I sponsored on item number 46 the original change to creating a shopping center district. We did that with, going back to when Jack Hunter was our planning director, knowing that there was a lot of changes coming down the road. Back then, we didn't even anticipate the type of changes that would happen to our malls across this country. Times have changed so much in what the retail business is about, and we need to adapt our zoning to allow the flexibility for retail businesses, especially those the size of the mall, to be able to exist. Again, I said they're cautiously interested in this. Changing the shopping center, and I have no problem with that. It's what the intent of that order never came to fruition for a number of different reasons. I have concerns about the way item 47 is written. I don't know if we should be doing it carte blanche across the board or parcel by parcel, with the then inviting the property owners in to seek the zone change if it makes sense for their property. But I think it's an important topic that needs to go forward, and to have in non-COVID times the discussion about where retail is going.
Councilor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to correct a factual piece here. The Holyoke Mall does not sit in the RC district, nor does it sit in the SC district. The SC district is a spot zone for the plaza where the Barnes & Noble bookstore exists. The mall has separate zoning under which it has successfully created all of the business endeavors that it has sought to do. Secondarily, I would note that we have had 2 very significant developments in this very corridor where there has been a unilateral move to unify it and standardize it, or whatever the word of the day is. So I would note that under the current zoning, the business owners and property managers have been able to move forward with their various endeavors. And again, none of them are petitioning this council to change their current zoning. And if they would, and if they are, then they would come before us and they would bear the cost of it. I am open to talking about looking at the creation of a zone. But I would note for this body and those of you who weren't at those hearings that the language that ended up going into this zone was literally a garbage pail of every single activity that could occur under all and any of the existing zones. There was nothing unique about it. There was nothing different about it, except for the fact that it allowed the height that was hidden on a little chart to be exceeded to an unbelievable degree and allow residential in this retail zone on a chart. And so there's many issues with this particular matter, but again, I think it is significant when the property owners do not seek something, we should not be imposing on them. I really think 47 should be given leave to withdraw. I don't even know who all these people are. They must have gotten a notice last time, so I guess they know who they are. This is not, in my mind, in keeping with the open meeting law. This is just, to me, an overreach of government to people who are investing millions of dollars in the city. And I spoke with one of the managers of one of these significant properties, and back at the time that we were having the public hearings, they had no idea that if this went through, none of their current zoning was grandfathered. That piece of information was not made known to them. So to me, the process matters, how we do it matters, and the business owners and property owners should have the opportunity to apply for a zone if they find it good for them. We should not be imposing it. So I would ask for 47 to be given leave to withdraw.
Second.
And move 45 and 46 to ordinance committee, if it would be the will of the body.
All right, still on discussion. Counselor Lisi is next, then Counselor Anderson Burgos, and then Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. I just would like to note that we got the legal opinion on the 7th that we would not be able to take these up because one city councilor requested a legal opinion, and I don't think that that's actually appropriate according to our rules. It should be the full body requesting a legal opinion. But nonetheless, we received the opinion on the 7th, and I reached out to folks that I know that were interested to say that we wouldn't be hearing this. So there's that. The other thing I want to say is that there's just such a glaring sense of confusion by the Ward 5 councilor regarding what the intent of this order is. It is not about one single parcel. It is about creating a zone that would bring all the competing zones into harmony with one another so that the folks that are in the Holyoke Crossing and the folks across the street and the folks down on Whiting Farms Road and the folks in the mall are all competing as businesses on a level playing field with the same zoning regulations, the same buffer zones, the same height requirements, the same signage entitlements. So it is creating something new, something that would benefit these parcel owners and help to stabilize retail in this section of the city. Different type of retail than what we want to drive downtown. Anyhow, this is a conversation that's now veering into a committee discussion. Send it to committee. That's the business of this council. We could have the discussion and everyone can learn a little bit more about what is going on here and we could make some progress for the city. Thank you.
Second.
Counselor Anderson Burgos?
So, from my understanding is that we're trying to make the general area cohesive so that it all matches. And I'm starting to think about when I first started at city council, there was a business that was trying to put up a sign, but because of the way it was zoned, it created an issue for this business to have this sign put up. And it seems that if it was all cohesive, it was just all the same, right? It would create less work for the city council to be voting on, you know, spot zoning or anything like that. And I think it would just be, I mean, it makes sense to make it cohesive, in my opinion. That's it.
Councilor McGivern.
I'll be quick, Mr. President, separating myself and agreeing a little bit with everybody that's spoken this evening. Item 45, it's language. No one's going to apply for it till we create the language. It's as simple as that. That's what item 45 is about. It's similar to what the intent was of item 46, the original shopping center district. As I said, it went nowhere, but the idea was to prepare for the future. The future is here. We need to change language to allow retail centers to apply for zoning that would benefit them. It's a good topic. Whether or not people come forward and ask to change their zone is different. Item 47, I said it, I have concerns. I'm not worried about cohesiveness. I'm more worried about property owners that don't want their zone changed on item 47, and I probably would not support this. But the topic is important for the future of our retail districts, and I think it's worth going forward and holding a good public hearing.
Okay, so just as a reminder, we have communication 8, 45, 46, and 47 are all taken up as a package. They've all been discussed. So want to do it to make it less confusing. Want to receive communication 8, which is from the law department, which is the legal opinion. Receive?
Motion to receive.
Motion to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Now we have 45, 46, and 47.
Motion to refer 45 and 46 to ordinance.
All right, so motion is to refer 45 and 46 to ordinance. It was seconded. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to give 47.
Hold on.
47 to ordinance.
Hold on. Those, that is referred to ordinance. There was already from Councilor Vacan and seconded by Councilor Bartley to give leave to withdraw on 47. So, our discussion on that, or just take the vote. Okay, all those in favor?
Motion to amend the motion and send to committee.
That's why I was asking. I didn't hear that.
I did say that, yeah.
All right, so there was a second motion to amend and send to ordinance. There was a second to
Second.
that. Second was Councilor Hernandez. So on sending 47 to ordinance, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
No.
Chair is in doubt. I'd
Great,
ask
show of
for a
hands.
show of hands. Raise your hand if you want to send 47 to committee. 1, 2, 3, 4.
Gladys, what? Oh, sorry.
Leahy says yes.
5,
Hernandez.
7. So we have 7, so that would go to committee.
So, Mr. President?
Yes.
Because I was named by reference to my ward by the chair of ordinance, I wish to respond that I am not in the least confused by this overreach of government to stipulate to property owners what they shall do with their property, and I am adamantly opposed to it. Thank you.
Next is 9, and this is the contract for Dave Pratt. Motion to send to finance.
Second.
Make a motion to finance.
Councilor McGivern.
I have a quick question. I didn't have a chance to read the contract yet. I wear it's been signed for a while by, I'm not sure who as mayor.
Alex.
But what is the start date of the contract?
I think it's August 1.
August 1?
August 1, I believe.
Okay, Mr. President, I'm all set. The mayor took care of it. Committee on Finance.
I think.
Thank you.
I'm almost positive.
As long as it's August 1.
Councilor Lisi, and I'll just triple check.
Thank you. I was just wondering if we could have a sense of what our roles are here. We have to approve the contract, right? And do we have to approve it by a particular date?
I think that's the August 1st deadline. And we approve the funding for the contract.
If we could ask a copy be sent to legal and a ruling on Councilor Lisi's question. When
Second.
Mayor Dunn was in office, there was a negotiation. The charter allows is specific that the mayor appoints the chief of police. There was no contract at the time for the chief of police, and he negotiated with the then Board of Aldermen to allow the Board of Aldermen to adopt the contract. I believe you're correct, Mr. President. Mr. President, it's more about the appropriation, but I just think we should just make sure of that before we start discussion.
Right, you can adopt the contract, which then is supporting the funding of it, but you cannot negotiate the terms to the contract.
The funding is in the budget, you know, to be clear about that, we understand that, but that's, you know, Captain Pratt would not take over until the contract is adopted.
And I do believe everyone did get a copy by email.
I just haven't had a chance to read it.
No, that's fine. So it's gonna go to finance with a copy to legal to get an opinion on if we have to vote. How do you want to say it again, Council Lisi?
Just what our obligations are here in terms of dates and approval responsibility.
And Council Lisi asking for our approval responsibilities. Councilor Murphy.
Just a question, if, and I'm pretty sure his contract starts August 1st, if we have not, let me rephrase, so if we've approved the budget, have we approved that contract since that money is included in that? Otherwise, on August 1st, if we have not acted and we don't meet until August 3rd, we will not have a police chief for those days, if I'm understanding this correctly.
Yeah, we can have legal give us that answer.
Okay, thank you.
So, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 10 is the minutes from the city clerk and from Jeffrey for June 1st,
Make a motion.
2021. Motion is to receive. Any
Second.
corrections, questions, comments? Seeing none, all those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
11 and 12 is a package, refer to finance, please.
Motion is to take
Second.
up 11 and 12 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 11 is from the auditor. It's the budget report and general fund and sewer fund for May 30th, 2021. And 12 is from Alicia Zoller, which is the community development ARP grant. So to finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
Next is from Mike McManus, the superintendent of DPW, a letter regarding sewer rate recommendation. Send that to finance.
Finance.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
I could ask a question, Mr. President? There's a order co-sponsored by myself and others about sending the sewer rate responsibility back to the DPW Commission. And the only reason I'm asking is finance will be glad to take up this letter, but, and certainly it is part of what finance does, but if the sewer rate changes, you know, choice of changing remains with the city council, it's an ordinance review, not a finance review.
Do you want to send it to ordinance?
I'm just asking if
I
that
would-
ordinance, that order's coming out.
Yeah, I would say let's send it to ordinance because we could put both items on the agenda at once and figure out which way we're going to go with it.
All right, so instead of finance for 13, since it's already an ordinance, send it to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 14 is a communication on Aaron Vega's appointing him to Director of Office and Economic Development for January 25th.
Make a motion and send to public service.
So to public service, all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Aye.
15 is a settlement agreement by and between the City of Holyoke and the Holyoke Professional Services Association.
Mr. President, if we could refer to finance, but with a copy that could be for the purpose of our final budget hearing on June 22nd.
Second.
The appropriations for this contract, from what we understand from department heads we've talked to so far, are in the municipal budget. I could refer to Mayor Murphy. But we just need to have a copy of this before we vote on the budget to solidify the contract with the Professional Supervisors Association by adopting the appropriations.
All right, so receive, send a copy to finance, or send to finance and a copy to everyone for the meeting on
For the purposes of the budget hearing.
21st.
Yep.
All
21st or 22nd?
21st.
21st?
21st.
Here, 22nd.
21st. That'd be my president's report. We have 21st. Is that fair to everyone? Everyone understand? Okay. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
All right, 16
You
is
received?
the minutes from the Fire Commission for
You received?
Motion to
April
receive.
27th. Motion to receive. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? All right, petitions. We have a renewal of a secondhand license for 241 Main Street.
Receive, adopt if all the financial obligations are in order.
Yep, looking at the taxes, looks like everything has been checked. So motion would be to receive and grant the secondhand license for
Second.
241 Main Street. And all taxes are current on the renewal. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
18 and 19 as a package.
18 and 19 as a package because they're new.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? So 18 is a petition for a special permit for a driveway in the front yard, 139 Huron Ave. 19 is a petition for a special permit for a driveway in the front yard for 37 Elmwood Ave. So that would be to DGNR?
DGNR.
All those.
Excuse me? Excuse me?
Up.
Number 19 should be given leave to withdraw after it was already submitted to the city council. We received a notification from Bob Parent that this actually shouldn't be a special permit of the city council. There was some other issue. It was more of a curb cutting for a driveway. So he asked that it was taken off the agenda. That's number 19.
All right, so Councilor McGivern?
And number 18, if I could ask the clerk or ask the president, this is one of those unique corner lots where there's a driveway. 139 Huron is the front yard. The request is for a driveway on Downing Ave, which is more the side yard, but because it's a corner parcel, it's causing problems with the DPW without our vote. But it says front yard. I think that might be an error.
Oh, we'll amend it in committee if we have
Yeah.
to.
As long as we can, yeah, I think we can.
Yeah, to the actual location. So 18 to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye. Aye.
All opposed? 19 is to give leave to withdraw. Before that, Councilor Vacan.
So I just wanted to put out a point of information relative to these front driveways. In the past, I attempted to modify it so that if people are on an acre or more, they could have it as of right. This body did not want to make that amendment to the ordinance. And so I would note that we still have an organization with a property on Rock Valley Road where this body directed the legal department to communicate with them to come in to get the special permit, which they have yet to do. And I just think that we should be applying our ordinances consistently so that everybody, the single homeowner and these organizations that are buying up properties need to comply with our ordinances all in the same way. Thank you.
Okay, so 19 is leave to withdraw based on the information we received. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, so quickly, President's report. Councilor Murphy, Acting Murphy, and I were on and others, Councilor Lisi, Councilor Sullivan, were on the school board MSBA meeting, and surveys were sent out to all the counselors and school committee members with regards to the schools itself, the building of the new school. We're just reminding people, please take that survey. It's information that we need for the MSBA to help out with the project going forward. If you can't find it, we'll have it resent to you. Just let us know. But they're really asking that everyone please fill out that survey to get the proper attendance that we need for it.
Was
Mr.
that
President,
for
who's
the
doing the
makeup of the
survey?
committee, that questionnaire?
Was it for the committee?
Is that what you're referring
Yeah,
to?
Councilor Murphy,
Yes,
right?
it was
Okay.
seeking your input on the kind
The
of
makeup.
committee that we should set
Yes.
up.
Yeah.
I've responded to that.
Okay.
Well, who's doing the survey? So if I see an email, I know what to.
I think it came from Aaron.
It came from,
Aaron.
yeah, Anthony, it came from Anthony and Aaron and myself.
I think Brenna even circulated it once.
All right, so we can have it sent again tomorrow.
Okay.
Just so we know a couple people have done it. That was
Yeah.
announced, but we're looking to hopefully get 100%. And then July 10th, 10 a.m. is the, just a reminder from Jesus Pereira, the memorial service, 75th memorial service for the B-17. Councilor Murphy and I met today with the translator for the city council and went through the room design, and at first they were a little confused as to exactly what the makeup was of the building, and she actually drove by this building, she said 4 times, because it looked like a church. Very nice lady. I mean, great company. They did go through it in the sense of they don't want to have someone sitting in the chamber while you're talking and kind of disrupting you. So based on the layout, they can either sit in back or in the communication room, Holyoke Media. And they'll work with Scott in order to do that. So that way they'll do the interpretation. It'll be on Channel 15 and hopefully seamless in the sense of not disrupting any of us or them. And then they did send in a proposal, which there is an order for tonight to approve that. Not the proposal, but to approve them as the party that want. It was $65 an hour with a commitment for 2 hours for our city council meetings, the first and second Tuesday. If there's a special meeting that we would perceive to go long, they would sign up for that as well. But if it's something like, as an example, Mayor Murphy was giving the budget, special meeting, we did it in 10 minutes, they would not sign up for that or be charged for that. So it's $65 an hour with a commitment to 2 hours. If it goes over the 2 hours, then they'll only charge us by the half hour. One proposal was it was $100 an hour, and if it went over, they charge you by the hour, even if you only did 10 minutes. Very good company, been around for 20 years. Councilor Leahy and the committee, thank you for taking it up and getting us this information. I highly recommend this company simply because of their track record as well as their ability to accommodate what we're really looking to have in this translation service. They will come in. Hold on one second. They will be coming in for the first 2 meetings. They'll give us 2 interpreters for the first 2 meetings to see if they have to, go back and forth if someone gets tired. And then from there, she believes that 1 would be sufficient. But it'll be like a testing. Let's see. Holyoke Media, Jeff reminded me, they have an open seat for a city councilor to be on their board if someone wants to volunteer. No? Oh, we appoint someone, but it can't be an elected position. So there is an open seat that we could appoint someone. I'd say we advertise it, and then we can approve someone. CPA, follow up with some other counselors. There was an opening there. It has been posted. The 2 weeks is almost up, I believe. And then once we get resumes, we can appoint someone for the CPA. That is my list. Councilor Murphy, I know you said you had something.
Yes, but I know Councilor Leahy wanted to get recognized.
Oh,
I will defer to Councilor Leahy, and then I'll.
Councilor Leahy next.
Thank you. I just had maybe a point of information or a question regarding the transfluency with Stacy. I believe the order that we took up in public service was $65 an hour with a 3-hour minimum, not 2 hours. Has that changed?
Well, she sent a proposal today. I think what she said in committee, she was just guesstimating because she didn't know how the layout would be and everything else. And I can have this proposal sent from the clerk's office because I got it just before I got here.
Okay, it's much better if it's only 2 hours compared to 3 hours. But that's what's on our agenda as well tonight, 3
Yep,
hours.
$65 an hour with a 2-hour minimum. After the first 2 hours, the charges will be to the nearest half hour.
Okay,
And that's a
all right,
proposal.
thank you.
Okay. Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. President. Just a few things. Number one, the opening has gone very well. We have just about opened everything. The library opened yesterday. Senior Center opened last Monday. We've had no major issues. We're still working on the library, kind of fine tuning that. City Hall is now opened. We are having masks available. We are having greeters and trying to keep track of things, but we're trying to, it's pretty much each person is what they feel comfortable with. We've had no problems, no complaints. we've seen more and more people coming to City Hall. So the opening has been very successful. I want to thank especially Sean Gonzalez, because I mean he's done the most and he's coordinated everything and has offered his opinion based on statistics as to what we should be doing and when we should be doing it. So a public thank you for him. A couple other things that have happened recently. I know last night we met with Kindred and Bay State. This afternoon, myself, attorney, there are 2 attorneys, people from the OPED office all met with them. So we are now expecting that the actual closing for the property will be around August 15th. We are expecting the abatement and the demolition to start just about by early November to November 15th. We're talking about the final construction to be November 2024, but the expectation is that it's going to be sooner. So those are all, and we're fine-tuning the document, and our legal team will be working to make sure they get that. The solicitor's office, I expect we'll have our 3rd attorney on board probably next week. I know the person has been offered. I've met with them. I think they're ready to go, so I won't make any announcement as to who it is until that's done. The pool, we're finally going to have an outdoor swimming pool. That is opening on June 28th. There are going to be senior hours in the morning, and there's going to be open swim, I believe, from 12 to 6 every day. We've been pretty successful in terms of getting lifeguards, so that looks pretty good in terms of that. The sprays, we're trying to make sure they're open probably this weekend, and then pretty much open after that. I did meet down at the Race Street substation for the police department. I just met with the opioid task force yesterday and the crisis intervention team, and I just want to thank them for what they've done. And I'm getting monthly reports. I want to let you know that I did get a monthly report regarding what they've done. And the opioid task force met in May, 64 person-to-person encounters, sometimes multiple encounters with the same person, of which 47 were referred to hotel housing and recovery counseling, and 12 of those actually were able to get into a detox treatment program. And the crisis intervention team, which works cooperatively with the Behavioral Health Network, met with 88 individuals. And of those, the Behavioral Health Network clinician led the response in 45 of those calls. As they come, they try to make that judgment. And again, the goal there is to calm the situation. And they've done pretty good, admirable work. They also bring people into their Race Street facility to put them in a situation. Sometimes it's just to give them a coffee and have a conversation. But I just want to thank them for what they've done. They've worked hard, and I think it's important that people know that we are trying to do things across the entire spectrum to try to make sure we have a safer community and that we take care. And one other thing about those 152 individual encounters, no one was arrested. They were all given opportunities to get assistance. So I want to make sure that's noted. You're going to get a letter from me today about the auxiliary police. There is concern about the auxiliary police not being part because of the Police Reform Act. We're losing many because of age, but there's also concerns in terms of training. I'm going to watch how I say this, learning my lessons. I was asked to put an emergency letter into the council, so there's a letter there stating that the auxiliary police do report to the chief of police. It is under the police command, and that was from a letter back in 2001, but there was some question about what their actual chain of command would be. It is directly to the chief of police. I heard from the Viewpoint program in the last couple of days. We had our law department review the contract. They have okayed it. I signed that, we sent it to them, and today I got notification that we have been accepted, and public television and Dennis Quaid's Viewpoint program is planning on doing a program in Holyoke and promoting Holyoke as a place to live, work, and visit on public television. The only thing, and I will have to send in a transfer at some point to pay the 27,000, but I just want to let you know that will be coming down the road in the relative future. It looks like they're probably talking early fall. Today I met just before this meeting with what is becoming a very active Latino Chamber of Commerce. We had 24 business people. Councilor Sullivan did come, and I appreciate that. We had a meeting, and I'm using the old tax collector's office now because it had air conditioning. I met last week in a ballroom, and it was 90 degrees, so it wasn't too good. But we had 24 businesses. We had a very vibrant conversation, and I just want to thank all those and let them know the door is open. If we can help them, we want to help them. We want to thrive. Many of them are downtown. They have concerns, and we're going to certainly try to address those. I also met last week up in the ballroom and in the 90 degree with the people from E4All. There were 9 businesses that had started with the Entrepreneurship for All program. And they came, and again, nine businesses were participating, offering what their concerns were, how things have worked, how the challenges has come. So we're getting a lot of businesses coming and offering their thoughts, their input, and I appreciate that. Lastly, just before I came in here, I was told that we have a pretty good perspective on the lost revenue number. I know, Councilor McGivern, you've been concerned about that, and I haven't seen it in writing, so I'm going to say that it appears to be more than $1 million.
1.7.
1.7.
Oh, you've seen it?
I have sources.
Boy, well, I don't have those sources. But anyway, since I haven't seen it, I know that is something, and that is by all the interim rulings that we've been getting, that money will be going through the regular budgetary process of the city council and the city, as opposed to the other money, which is part of a community development administrative type of approach. So that's all I have to say.
Lost revenue, $1,699,874.
Okay.
Mr. President?
Do we
Yeah.
have that?
That just come in?
Yeah, it just came
It
in
was circulated just
from
before the meeting.
Tanya, and I think Jeffrey
Oh,
sent it
okay,
out to
so
everyone.
it's an
It was
email.
yeah, it was an email.
Okay,
Just came.
thank you.
A lot of stuff came in just as we were walking in. I think they were knowing we're going to be confined.
Yeah, I knew she was working on that today, and we were trying to get a clarification to make sure that our calculation was in fact correct. But I know she felt pretty comfortable. I didn't know she had actually gotten that in.
Councilor Green.
Mr. President, just a note of personal privilege. This councilor feels very good that the acting mayor is keeping us informed of what's going on in the city. Thank you.
Yep, I was going to point that out. That's the one thing we've asked for 1,000 times over is communication. So, Councilor Murphy, thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilor McGivern.
I'm sitting here going, I wish I had the energy of Mayor Murphy just for one meeting. Never mind, we'd be here for 3 days. The original idea of the president's report has come a long way, and I commend you, Mr. President, for what you do because you keep us informed. I believe it was Councilor Jordan, Councilor Bartley, a few others that originally Councilor Bacon, I think, sponsored it. And the idea was the president to let us know what was going on outside of the city council, you know, things, events or meetings that the president attends on behalf of us, or at least as our voice. And that's good. Talking about other things that's involved with the city council is good too, and I appreciate it. I was just sitting here thinking that maybe we got to have a new item when our city councilor, Mayor Murphy, leaves us for next year for the new mayor to come in at the beginning of the meeting and give us a report. We're gonna have to put a time limit on it, though. We got a time limit on public speak out. We don't have a time limit on the mayor.
Joe, he did say, this is the last one. This is the last one.
But please, we can't debate what is said during the either report. So there are 2 committee reports coming out that both of you touched on that the chairman are gonna be, and we're gonna be voting on it soon, but I think it's a no harm, no foul, except all those items were talked out in committee. And I would like to take advantage of a new tradition with this report and just announce that the Holyoke Merry-Go-Round can open, and we will be opening on July 17th. We might have a soft opening before that. I'll let everybody know. But the phase of the way the governor worked at the merry-go-round was considered an amusement park ride, and therefore was put into phase 4 from the very get-go. There are challenges keeping the operations of the merry-go-round revenue and budget-wise as it is without COVID. So the board of directors elected to let the horses sleep out COVID. But we're looking forward to opening, and our semi-grand reopening will be July 17th, and we'll be announcing some new things and new hours.
So July 17th, a certain time or not yet?
We're just regular hours. We're going to do there's some other things in the works to recognize some people, which probably will be in the fall, which will be more of a grand reopening and event to celebrate. But just to get the horses awake and exercise their legs, July 17th.
All right, July 17th, merry-go-round, regular hours. Councilor Sullivan, then Councilor Tomlin.
Thank you through the president to Acting Mayor Murphy. Just to clarify for the entire council and the public, the 1.7 million in lost revenue reimbursement out of the ARP, so that will go directly to the budget and reduce the deficit we are facing now to 2.1 million?
It will go in.
We can take that up.
That's coming up out of finance.
Right.
It can be discussed then. I just, this is where we get into.
Yeah, we're going to be taking out, we just give an announcement.
I just think we should be clear as to the significance of this and how it impacts us.
And we will when we get to it in finance. Absolutely, Councilor.
All right.
Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I just want to let everybody know I had the honor of introducing Eddie Case tonight at the Humanitarian Award for the Greater, Holyoke, Council for Human Understanding. It was, and Eddie's done a lot of great things for the community of Holyoke, especially he started with the South Holyoke Initiative, and now he's with the Holyoke Safe Neighborhood Initiative, and just want to send out my congratulations to him and the work he does and continues to do for the city of Holyoke.
Councilor Bartley.
Yeah, I just want to mention a couple of things, Mr. President. I'll be very brief. One, we want to, through the chair, I want to credit Pete Tallman for winning that award last year. Second of all, we want to credit Eddie Case because we were ahead of them because we already honored Eddie Case in this body with a proclamation. We did that 2 years ago, so we want to mention that. Third, I want to mention that Acting Mayor Murphy met with me Friday and 20 or so residents in Captain Moriarty. So we want to express our appreciation for all the traffic concerns on off of Homestead, between Homestead and Avenue and Westfield Road. There's we're not going to belabor it here now, but there's more work to be done. But Acting Mayor Murphy was right there on point, and I know the residents up there appreciate it. And the last thing, the best part is that the Big E is back. And that was announced, and I just know they never change, even though it's not official yet, but they never change. So the Holyoke Day will be, it's always the third Tuesday of the month, the first Tuesday of the run, which will be the 21st of September, and that'll be the day when we have our parade. We'll combine it with State of Rhode Island, and that happens to be a week before the preliminary, so it won't conflict with any voting obligations.
That is the preliminary.
Oh, I thought it was the 28th.
Nope, 21st.
21st, yeah.
21st?
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, rats. Well, oh well. Oh, it's the day of the preliminary, but I know that's the day it's going to be, okay? But thank you.
So with that, we're off to ordinance 28. Committee on Ordinance was referred in order legal form, creating stabilization fund for marijuana impact fees. Recommend that be adopted.
Receive and adopt the committee report, pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass first reading. Our discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So this was discussed over several meetings. The final vote came when I was absent because I was attending a candidates forum. Councilor Anderson Burgos was chairing, so he may have something to add here, but I think the main thrust is that in order to access the over $1.5 million that have come into the city through the marijuana host community agreements, we need to establish a stabilization fund for the marijuana impact fees in order to account and record the money that's coming in and demonstrate to the state where we're applying them. It's just really complying with MGL at this point. And if anybody else from the committee has anything to add, I welcome it.
Councilor Anderson Burgos.
Well, you saved me about 5 minutes. I have a lot of notes here, but she basically summed it up perfectly. Yeah, and that's exactly what's it about.
Okay, anyone else? So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion passed second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion that the passage be ordained.
Yes.
Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this ordinance.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney, Graney.
He said yes.
He said yes.
Okay. Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that ordinance. 20B, Committee on Ordinance was referred to special permit application for the establishment of Green Highland LLC at 26 Hadley Mills Road. Recommend that the order be adopted with the following conditions: that the owner of the building always pay commercial property tax rates to the extent allowed by federal, state, and local laws for the duration of special permit. The business retain a minimum of 30 Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. 3, that hiring preference be given to security personnel that are retired Holyoke police or retired members of a police department that now lives in the city of Holyoke. There should be no marijuana consumption allowed on site. That the hours of operation set according to the city ordinances. 6, that the outstanding issues identified by the planning department letter or the engineer letter be addressed. 7, that several issues related to the water, fire services servicing the building that Dave Conti detailed in an email to you on May 21st. No building permit should be issued for this project until these issues are resolved. 8, that the applicant council indicate that an email dated April 5th, 2021, that an agreement is being developed between the owner of 26 Hadley Mills Road and Treleave Projects. Clarify access rights across the parcel. This agreement is necessary in order to implement the proposed retail consumption wayfinding plan submitted by the applicant's engineer. No building permit should be issued until executed copy of the agreement that clarifies access and signage rights has been provided to city staff.
Motion to receive the committee report, adopt, and pass the first reading.
Motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. Again, we wrapped this up over several meetings, so there might be final notes that the vice chair may be able to add here, but essentially we have Green Highland LLC looking to develop a retail and manufacturing establishment over on Hadley Mill Road. And they had a pretty comprehensive application, but there were some issues related to water and fire service that Dave Conti pointed out from the water department. And additionally, there were some easement and right-of-way issues because there's another active manufacturing establishment there. And so we just wanted to put into the conditions that all these odds and ends were buttoned up neatly before they could actually get their occupancy permit and building permit. So we built them into the conditions here. And again, the vice chair may have more to add.
Yeah, so I will read into the record. There was concern about one of the conditions, but we came upon an agreement. I will read, it says here, because there is some shared parking and access, there was a need to make sure that we worked on an agreement with another business. That's been addressed in final condition, which was recommended by the engineer, Bob Parent, and he also recommended the 7th condition. They accepted it, the condition, and we recommended the special permit be approved with the conditions that have been detailed.
Councilor Bacon.
Mr. President, thank you. I would just note that one of the concerns from the applicant was relative to access that was granted in the deed. And so it was clarified that the only documentation they would have to do would be to provide that.
Correct.
So that relieved their concern.
Mm-hmm.
Anyone further?
Thank you, Linda.
Seeing none, so the motion is to pass the first reading based on all the conditions read. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Motion is to pass.
Pass the second reading.
Pass the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the special permit for 26 Hadley Mill Road.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes, I'm sorry, yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you approve that. 20C, Committee on Ordinance was referred to special permit for Mass Cannabis Growers LLC, 11 Jackson Street. Recommend it be adopted with the following conditions. One, that the owners of the building always pay commercial property taxes extended or allowed by federal, state, and local laws for the duration of the special permit. That the building retain a minimum of 30 Holyoke residents for non-security jobs. 3, that hiring preference be given to the security personnel that are retired Holyoke police officers or retired members of another police department who now live in city. That there should be no marijuana consumption allowed on the site. That the hours of operation be set by in accordance to city ordinances. And that all outstanding issues identified by the planning department letter or the engineer letter be addressed.
Receive the committee report, approve, and pass the first reading.
Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So this is a really unique project that's coming into the city. It's a growers cooperative at 11 Jackson Street. It's the first sort of cooperative effort that we've seen come into the city, and I think it's basically creating, I believe it's 26, correct me if I'm wrong, but 26 individual growing units where folks that don't have the capital that is necessary to create a fully functional manufacturing space on their own would have a set square foot of area within one large building, and individual growers would come in and grow and sort of coordinate the use of the equipment and materials, but have their own sort of brand within the operation.
Correct.
And the 6 conditions here are the new normal, as we like to say in the post-COVID times, the new normal of the conditions that we'll see on all permits moving forward, unless there's additional items that we need to add.
No, that's it.
Okay. No one further. So motion is, I always keep forgetting to look online. I apologize. I see no one. Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 20C.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
No.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas, 1 nay.
With your vote, you adopted 20C. 20D, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the City Council create a revolving fund for the city municipal rideshare funds received through the Transportation Network Program. Recommend that be adopted.
Receive the committee report, adopt, pass the first reading.
Motion is receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion, Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. So this came to us from the auditor and the city engineer. There is a transportation network company fund. So every time someone takes an Uber or a Lyft in the state of Massachusetts, there's a tax. And depending on how many rides your community is utilizing, you get a kickback from those taxes. And here, just like with the impact fee from earlier, the state wants to see a very sort of tight reporting of the money coming in from that fund and where it's going, because it is limited in terms of the way that it could be applied. So it has to be applied to some sort of transportation item. So it could be anything from the electrical bikes that we have in the city and the Valley rideshare program. It could go to roads, paving, sidewalks, but it is limited to some sort of transportation network use. So I don't know in the end if we set a threshold or not, and so I'll defer to the vice chair to give the committee report on the final outcome.
Counselor Anderson Burgos.
Yep, so I'm just gonna read off my notes here, just so that I wanna make sure nothing's missed. Let's see, it says this is an order we've been working on for a few months with the guidance of the city engineer. This is somewhat like the order for the impact fees where the funds need to be tracked and reported that they've been used for specific purposes. These funds come from what are called transportation network companies, companies like Chair Lisi has mentioned, Uber and Lyft. The funds should be used for things that are related to transportation in some way, kind of loosely, but all connected to transportation network improvements. What Bob had mentioned is that the kinds of projects they use the funds for might not be addressed through the regular department budget. We discussed this on a few occasions. The last time we took it up in May, there were some requests for language changes specifically to take out a threshold for the city council appropriation so that all the appropriations would go through the city council, and that there had been a request for clarifying a 2/3 requirement for approval. The solicitor offered an opinion that they couldn't find a basis for the vote requirement, which was accepted by the committee last week. We recommend passing this so that the funds that come in the future are put into the fund for better tracking. That's all I have for the report.
Yeah, right here.
I didn't even think of a threshold, or I wasn't mentioned at least.
There is an attachment. It looks like it might be from the grant itself or the network. Purpose of expenditures: the funds must be used to address, in quotations, the impact of transportation network services, municipal roads, bridges, and other transportation infrastructure or other public purpose substantially related to the operation or transportation network services in the city or town, included but not limited to the Complete Streets program established General Law 901 Section 1, and other programs that support alternative modes of transportation. That's section or chapter 187, section 8C1. The limit on the total amount which may be extended from the fund during the fiscal year shall be equal to the actual receipts collected. Just because I know that you wanted the number, so that's how they wrote it.
Yeah, I didn't hear a threshold. So.
Yeah, just to the receipts collected.
Okay.
Hopefully that makes sense. Counselor McGivern.
I've voiced a concern about revolving funds in the past, but I support this order because the obvious that the mandate is that we are very strict on the accountability of how these funds are spent, and this is probably the best way to keep track of the spending of this revenue that's coming into the city. My concern, this is not a lot of money at this moment in time, but my concern is revolving funds take revenues away from the recap sheet and away from how we judge the balance of a budget each year. And if we create a lot of revolving funds and it involves a lot of revenue, it gives us a false image of what the revenue really is that's coming into the city. And next week I plan to address for the budget purposes some of those false revenues that come in that are used throughout each year throughout the budget. But this we have to do, so it makes sense to do it as a revolving fund.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion is to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
And motion that the passage be ordained.
Motion that the passage be ordained. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for this revolving fund.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you're approved 20D. 20E, Committee on Ordinance was referred in order that the ordinance Ordinances are updated to reflect the new June 19th holiday. Recommend that be adopted. So motion we receive, adopt, pass first reading. Counselor Lisi.
Motion to, so under discussion, I guess. It's the Juneteenth holiday. I believe that this was filed by Counselor Murphy, and as the maker, I welcome him to make any comments he'd like.
Counselor Murphy.
I'm just trying to codify this, and so it's needed to be put into ordinance form, and there's actually, I think, 2 copies, because there was another issue with the fire department contract that had to be adjusted as well, so.
Okay. Anyone further? So a motion has passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion has passed the second reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion that the,
Motion that the passage be
passage be
ordained.
ordained.
Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 20E.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
unanimous vote.
Your vote,
Yes.
you approved 20E. On to 21, which is finance. 21A is the Committee on Finance to record Mass General Law 44, Section 53A. This is the urban forestry grant for $7,000, an in-kind match of $4,846, and a match of cash match of $150. Motion to be
If we could take item 21E along with this item.
21E as well. So suspend the rules and take up 21E as well. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
As opposed, 21E is the Committee on Finance for deferred, a request of $150 from conservation restriction cost to the forestry challenge. So we're up as a package. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern, we receive, adopt, pass first reading.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had our Conservation Director, Yanni, in before us, as always, gave us a thorough explanation and answered all our questions. 21E, the 150, is actually the match for the grant itself, and it's coming out of his conservation restriction cost, which he says he has a small surplus in going into the urban forest challenge grant for the purpose of the match, of the cash match. There is also an in-kind match, as stated, the way the grant is written. The $7,000 grant is a DCR urban forest grant. I think we all know that we have a nursery. Yanni told us that the nursery now has well over 100 trees. This particular grant, the bulk of it's going to be used to plant 34 of these trees around the Kennedy Park itself, and to be able to plant trees this upcoming season for the purpose of it. So the grant makes sense. We've been the conservation especially, but been working close with with other departments and putting in as many trees and getting them around in good locations throughout the city. So the Finance Committee does support that. We accept the grant and also the transfer of the 150 for the match.
Anyone further? So motion is receive, adopt, pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 21A and E.
Anderson Burgos, Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Counselor.
12 yeas.
Counselor
Oh.
Anderson Burgos?
Yes.
Anderson,
Sorry.
unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve 21A and E. You want to package more? Or 21?
I think 21B has to stay on its own.
Okay, 21B, Committee on Finance referred, the acceptance of the Coronavirus Local Fiscal Recovery Fund grant. Recommend that be adopted. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading.
Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We did have, as always, Mayor Murphy, Councilor Murphy with us for this. We had our auditor, Tanya Doljek, with us to discuss this very important grant, and Councilor Sullivan touched base a little bit about what this is about. This is the American Recovery, renamed and renamed and renamed, monies that are coming through the federal government, funneled through the state into different municipalities. As we know now, and I believe we received a number of guidelines this week, and it's still not finalized, but we've been asking over the last 3 months that the federal government, state, Department of Local Services step up and tell us the appropriate, or I should say the proper way of spending these appropriations. The purpose of this evening, and I know Mayor Murphy can speak to it probably even better than I can, is that we accept the monies. I think we all agree with that. We need to accept these monies, monies that can be used in many different projects. The bulk of this money, the process right now is lined up to be what we call the block grant process itself. We talked a little bit about this in committee. We talked a little bit about this earlier this evening of how the federal government is dictating this as a grant and to use the similar process that the block grant process uses. Councilor Sullivan's represented us with the CAC, as have other councilors in the past, and I think we all know how that works. We don't get the final say in that process as a city council, but we are voting to, if we vote to accept this evening, we get our say this evening, and Mayor Murphy has promised us that he will include us in the discussions for how this money is spent. A big part of, or not a big part, but a part of this, which is what is important to me, and I think I asked Mayor Murphy way too many questions at the Finance Committee, and to a point where a couple of my own committee members let me have it, and they were right. But I just wanted to show the importance of the amount of the money that's coming in is not looking at our revenue needed for daily operations. And there's a history to this. There's a history to block grants, where we used to get a portion of the block grants that we could use for public safety. There's a history of state aid. There used to be revenue sharing that came through the federal government into the state, into the city municipal budgets of all municipal budgets to offset DPW, police, fire costs, and so forth. And now, of all times, as this country has gone through the most difficult and probably ferocious pandemic that most of us have seen in our lifetime, the federal government is generous in sending this money to municipalities, but I think if they don't allow us to use a portion of this to offset our revenue issues in our daily operational budget, it's missing the mark there. And that was the purpose of a lot of my questions to Mayor Murphy, and he, as always, Terrence Murphy is handled those questions very well, and just put me in my place. But it's a strong opinion that I have, and I hope that our congressmen, I hope our state senators, and I hope everybody is listening to it. I support accepting these monies. It's $14.9 million this year. It's $14.9 million next year. The way it's written here, we're accepting it as a grant, and we're setting up a fund to allow it to be spent, and to be accounted for accordingly. It's just like any grant that we receive, but we're being told the federal government, and all the emails that we got, use the block grant process, except for where we have revenue loss. The email we received sometime today shows that they have identified that they recognize that Holyoke is, and looks like, it hasn't been finalized, going to be eligible for almost $1.7 million in revenue loss. My hope is that the process clarifies itself and we can use that $1.7 million to supplement the budget that Mayor Murphy has filed that we're currently going through. It still remains to be seen, but it's much better than last week, I think, in terms of clarity of what the process is unfolding. Now, I've seen some organizations and businesses that took advantage of the first round of the COVID loans, they called them, that were completely reimbursed if the company, whether they're for-profit or not-for-profit, used them according to the guidelines of the federal government. The original loan came out last year. They said you have to spend it by June 30th. on June something of last year, they changed the June 30th deadline to December 30th. And the reason I point that out is this is what we're dealing with the federal government. It changes, everything has been changing with a blink of an eye, through this whole process with how to handle COVID and how to help the communities, get through COVID. So I have hope that, that 1.7 may even get higher, but I have good hope that we will, with our representative and counselor, but Mayor Murphy will be in the right place to make sure these funds are spent accordingly and appropriately.
Councilor Sullivan, this would go to your question earlier on the 1.7. Did it explain it, or do you want to?
Absolutely, I just wanted to get out there so the public understood it.
I just want to make sure, okay. Anyone further? So motion is to pass the first reading.
Aye.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 21B.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve 21B. 21C, Committee on Finance, was referred the fiscal 2020 Commonwealth Security Trust Fund grant of $20,000, no match. Recommend that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We had both Captain Pratt in line to be Chief Pratt and Lieutenant Hart before us, who handles just about all the grants for the police department. As stated, this is a $20,000 grant. It's a no match. Lieutenant Hart and Captain Pratt walked through this with the Finance Committee. This is going to be used to buy equipment, more specific, 2,260, excuse my scribbling here, for a taser lockers for the purpose of storing tasers for safety and security is very important. Tasers themselves, 9,550, and two street cameras that would be a total cost of 8,250. These are number of street cameras that we have that they can place in different neighborhoods, and they are mobile, and put them in different neighborhoods to be monitored at the dispatch at the police station itself. There is no match. This is a grant that we received in the past. Lieutenant Hart told us that the request, is it request for proposals? The requests are already out to purchase this equipment as it needs to be, and I think they need to be purchased by June 30th. He assured us that this will be a balanced grant in terms of whatever happens, so the outside auditor will see that what the expenditures were and what they weren't. The committee recommends that we adopt it.
Anyone further? Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 21C.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Oh, yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve 21C. 21D, Committee on Finance, was referred a request of $50,000 from Power Shovel Operator to Claims and Damages. Recommend that be adopted. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We have Mike McManus in for us. The reason there's a surplus in the power shovel operator is there was a vacancy through part of the year. It's going into claims and damages for the settlement of, for a DPW employee. He didn't get into because of personnel issues, specifics about the settlement, but it was confirmed by Mayor Murphy. Only a mayor can agree to any settlement, and that the $50,000 would go towards that DPW employee. Committee did recommend to adopt.
Any questions? Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes, sorry,
Lisi,
yes.
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that one. 21F, Committee on Finance, request for $3,843 from Pay Mayor's Aid to Personnel Administrator. Recommend that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass first reading. Under discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. We had Mayor Murphy and the auditor before us. The surplus in the line item where it's coming from is due to a partial vacancy in this position throughout this, during this year. And the money is going into the line item known to pay our personnel administrator. As we know, we have a vacancy there, and we're in the process of confirming the appointment of the new personnel director. The difference, I believe the need for more money in that line item was some buyback stuff that took place when our former personnel administrator left the office.
Any questions? Motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is to pass the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes,
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the transfer. 21G, Committee on Finance has requested $250,000 from public schools, other expenses to health insurance. Recommend that be adopted. Motion be receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. President for this discussion was Anthony Soto, receiver from the superintendent from the public schools, Tanya Dojic, our auditor, and Mayor Murphy. We learned that a big part of it due to COVID, that the monies for the bus contract had surpluses within them this year because of the way schools were partially open and hybrid. Mr. Soto is proposing and has been trying to figure out how to do this with the auditor and with the mayor for about a month now, that this money be returned to the city. Remember that school bus contracts are in the budget for the schools, but not part of net school spendings, but part of what the city takes care of. So the $250,000 certainly could be used. The mayor is proposing that we use it for health insurance. There is a need to up the health insurance account before the end of this fiscal year. The auditor had a up-to-date calculation for us that if we transfer this money this evening, once signed by the mayor, there's already $225,000 in bills that will utilize and eat up this $250,000 pretty quickly. We took advantage. Anthony Soto gave us a rundown of the school bus contract and what's going on with that. And I think later down the agenda, we have a proposal to allow them to go into to extend the contract for an additional 2 years, I believe. But because of the bus contract, any contract that is more than 3 years needs a vote of the city council that needs our vote because the extension goes beyond the original 3 years, if I got that correct. But the committee did vote to accept it, and we certainly can put it to good use right away.
Any questions? Seeing none, motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Rainey,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Sorry, mute. Yes.
LeBron Martinez,
yes,
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that transfer. 21HI. and
Make a
J as
motion to
package.
suspend the rules to take 21H, 21I, and 21J as a package for
Second.
adoption.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? H, Committee on Finance referred, in order that we invite in the auditor to update us on the rules for the ARP Act, complied with. 21I, that the Committee on Finance order meet with the auditor and director of planning to develop and discuss potential problems and benefits of community host agreements. 21J is finance order that the acting mayor consider using ARP funds for the Hoyoke Road proposal, having considered the same complied with. Motion is that they're complied with. Our discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Just real quickly, I think we've talked about and understand the importance of 21H and 21I. We received numerous communications and discussions about this, and I certainly think that both these orders have been complied with. We learned that Hoyoke Road's proposal is being complied with, and I'll defer to Mayor Murphy on that. But I think all of us understand what Stephanie and what they do with Hoyoke Rose is incredible, and to open that up to as many young people in the city as possible is important.
If I could.
Councilor Murphy.
Yeah, Councilor McGivern just sparked another memory in my older brain. So just, we had a little glitch on the website with the proposals, so we are actually going to extend it probably for another week in terms of receiving proposals, because we had some people saying they thought their work got lost, so we want to make sure we give everybody a chance. So it looks like right now, the new deadline will be June 28th. We still want to provide a significant month of review, so that's the goal. And I know that just happened. I got notified about it tonight, so.
Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, hey. Yes, hey, thank you. Yeah, so on that, so the city of Hoyoke, I believe there's 11 miles of Connecticut River, and there's only one public way to get to the Connecticut River, and that's down there. And it was a good meeting. It was an excellent meeting. However, I do think that Councilor Murphy, Acting Mayor Murphy, he had an excellent order, and I do believe that we should be focusing more on the Hoyoke people first and foremost. And the thing is, a lot of people from other towns and whatnot are coming in and taking these slots up. And having said all that, I think we should be focusing on Hoyoke people first. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone further? So 21H, I, and J, they're complied with. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Off to, there was no public safety, public service. 23A, Committee on Public Service was referred in order that the acting mayor appoint Ms. Brenneman, hopefully I'm saying that right, for Personnel Director. Recommend that be confirmed. Sorry, I said. I'm making sure. So motion is that it's to confirm. Councilor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you, Councilor President McGee. First of all, two things. One is happy birthday to Councilor McGee. I know that you just turned 60. I'm sorry, 50.
Feels the same, Councilor. Feels the same.
Just teasing. And also, I had a note here too. I just want to say big props to my colleague and my friend Juan Burgos for doing an excellent job at the meeting the other night. He handled the meeting extremely well, so I just wanted to give him props as well.
I forgot the Anderson. My husband's sitting right there.
All right, so
thank you.
Yeah, so Mayor Murphy, he put before us Sheila Berman for Personnel Director, and we interviewed her the other night, and she did extremely well, and she answered all of our questions. I think this person's going to do a very good job. Mayor Murphy, Councilor Murphy, wanted to have her voted in 2 weeks ago. However, this is a huge job, especially in the city of Hoyoke, so I just felt obligated to have it go in front of the committee. I'm glad that we did. We got to know her, got to know her personality. I think she did extremely well. Councilor Lisi asked a very good question via email. Just got a text from my daughter asking for Venmo. So email regarding the duties and responsibilities, which was a good email. and I think she's going to do an excellent job. I'll hand this over because Acting Mayor Murphy knows more about her because he did the extensive research and interview process with her. So if you have anything to say, Councilor Murphy.
Thank you, Jimmy. Councilor Leahy, I just recommend that, you know, we've interviewed quite a few people. We were impressed with her both in terms of the variety of experience that she's had, both managing and hiring and firing and disciplining and contracts and workers' comp and a variety of other things. But we were also very enthused with the humanity, which I think is important in that position. And she really impressed us with the idea of making sure that new employees were going to be given what they needed to be successful and to follow up on that. I'm very enthused by Ms. Bierman. I think she's committed to making that office as successful and as efficient and effective as possible, and I do hope that the council votes to confirm her tonight.
Anyone further? Councilor Tallman.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. I think it was a great appointment by Mayor Murphy. I really had some good questions that were asked her that night. I asked her a question about the Employee Assistance Program, and I see that is in the budget, and that it's important that we take care of our employees and that make sure that you know, a good, healthy employee and physically and mentally makes the city work a lot better. So I'm really happy about this appointment. I think she's going to do a fantastic job.
Councilor Graney.
Impressive candidate. I'll vote to approve. Thank you.
Anyone further? Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I do congratulate Mayor Murphy for acting on this so quickly because it's an important position that should be filled as quickly as possible. I was a little concerned with the resume and some of her experience, not that it was bad experience, but relating it to personnel and human resource items themselves. It seemed to be lacking, but her knowledge was not lacking. She brought forward what may not have been her actual positions in companies, one which I think she actually founded or was as she told us, the only person that worked in the company itself. But she understood the importance. She also said something that reminded me of what Hector said to us when we interviewed him. Councilor Leahy can remember this, when we interviewed him 5-6 years ago, whatever it was. And he put a big emphasis on the importance of training of employees and of training and refreshing training to all employees. And I think we all recognize that's important no matter where you work. Because it keeps you on top of your toes, but it also keeps you up to date with changes in regs and laws and things like that. So she brought a lot to the table, and I commend the committee for doing the interview, and I think it was important because it is a very important position to the city.
Anyone further? Seeing none, motion is to receive, adopt, and confirm the new personnel director. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed? On to 23C. Committee on Public Service was an order for the public service to invite in and interview the translation services for the city council, and then there was a reference to several of them. Recommended that
Make a
be
motion
complied with.
to receive and approve, complied with.
Motion is received, that's complied with. Councilor Leahy.
We pretty much did the review over the president's message. Basically, we had there's 3 companies that showed interest. One was the Holyoke Public Schools. The second one was UMass, and the third one was this company called Transfluency. And Transfluency was the only one that showed up. The other 2 people have dropped out. $65 per hour. As we learned, it's a 2-hour minimum. Mrs. Stacy, did a very good job. Councilor McGivern had some questions, some very good questions regarding why the Holyoke Public Schools dropped out. He said there's some sort of conflict. I'm not sure if Councilor McGivern has any more information on that one, because I kind of sent up a couple flags, but nonetheless, this Transfluency, I think, will do an excellent job.
Anyone? Councilor McGivern.
I'm not sure if I can add any more than what we were told. It was kind of strange that UMass translation services, dropped out because they said they had a conflict because they do some work with the Holyoke Public Schools. I don't see what the conflict is. The Holyoke Public Schools is part of the city. And the Holyoke Public
Right.
Schools, dropped out for reasons unknown. But after listening to the general manager of Transfluency and the way she handled herself and answered, but not just her presentation, along when she answered all our questions, I understood that. I think the other two just dropped out because they knew the competition was so stiff. But that's just an editorial comment. I was very impressed because I was concerned about this. She works, they do work for the state. They did at one time in the trial court, but they're not the current provider for the trial court. But the way she described the services without interrupting the meetings of the city council, the way she described that they go at providing the interpretation for people who, in Spanish, would be listening was very important. And most of all, I mean, she said it and everything that she told us, the integrity of how they do it is top notch. They live for their integrity because she said if we don't offer integrity, to the fullness, then we won't be getting new customers down the road. So I have a lot of faith that this is the correct provider to take over the interpretation of our meetings.
Mr. President,
Councilor Graney.
just quickly, the most impressive part of that interview that I thought was that she's going to be very adaptable to our needs here on the council and whatever changes we need to make, and to, as we go along, to improve the service and work along with us. So I thought it was a very good interview. Thank you.
Anyone further? So as I mentioned in the president report, Councilor Murphy and I met with her today, did the tour. I do have a proposal that came in just before the meeting. I'll have that sent to you tomorrow or later tonight. And then from there, a final contract will come in. We'll get it over to the solicitor, and then we'll get that up and running hopefully for the August
3rd.
meeting.
Yep.
Okay? So this is that it's complied with for 23C. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed? There was no DGNR, or no, there is.
No, there is.
Or, sorry.
There is.
It was just
Yeah, looks
blank
like-
here. I stopped. So DGNR, there was a meeting, but we have to take it out of committee. Counselor Bartley?
Yeah, I'll make a motion to take agenda items 24A through O, suspend the rules, take them out of committee.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? So 24A,
Well, just a point of order, do we have the items in front of us?
I don't have I just don't have it in my hands right now. It's in my hand? Oh, wait, no. Okay, perfect. Now I do.
Okay.
I received them as email. That's what we're talking about?
I received it.
Yeah. So we have them on our iPhones.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. So just so we can go down the list. So 24A, special permit application for animal establishment for Anthony Boulay at 899 Main Street. Recommend that it be adopted with the following conditions. That the hours of operation be set from Monday to Friday, 7:30 a.m. to 6 p.m., Saturday and Sunday, 8:30 a.m. to 5 p.m., that the applicant meet with and comply with any conditions imposed by the Board of Health and Animal Control.
Motion, receive and adopt the committee report, grant a special permit.
Motion is receive,
Second.
adopt, under discussion, Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, this is a kind of a new business for this municipality, and it's going to take what the committee felt was an underutilized parcel, which is in the Springdale section of the city. The Ward 2 councilor is in full support. They've been working offline on this for quite a while. There's still more work to be done. Essentially, the parties are going to allow dogs up to, I think, 10 and 12, though we didn't put a cap on it, to be as a daycare, but some of us know as a kennel, for the hours that were listed. Perhaps down the road, they'll come back and they'll look for overnight care as well. But the petitioners were satisfied. In fact, these are the hours they proposed. They were thinking perhaps down the road that they'll have a chance to amend their special permit. So this was a public hearing. There were no members of the public either for or against this, and the committee voted unanimously 4-0 to support the petition. Thank you.
Counselor Leahy.
Yeah, thank you. So, it was, as Councilor Bartley said, a very fine meeting, very well run. The Boulay family is a long-lived Holyoke family. I think the father sold cars. Believe he had a car lot down in that location some years ago. Anthony Boulay, a little bit older than me, but a good guy. Very proud to say he's a friend of mine, and it's actually a very well needed service to the city of Holyoke. If you have a dog right now and you're going away for the weekend, where do you bring your dog? And he's the type of person that's going to do a very good job, and so I'm very happy to support this.
Anyone? Counselor Murphy.
Yeah, I also would, as the ward counselor, and I would also support it. He's been very conscientious about trying to make sure he follows every step, and there have been a lot of roadblocks because of a variety of things, and he stayed with it. He kept trying to meet with whoever he had to meet with, and a variety of department heads got together to try to develop the process. I'm sure he's going to do a very conscientious job, and if there are concerns in the neighborhood, and I know he's tried to reach out to the people that are closest to it, I know if there are concerns, he will try to address those concerns. So I'm very happy that he's getting this chance to move forward with this, and I look forward to an improved what has basically been a vacant lot for quite a while now. So I think he's going to make improvements on that, and I know he talked about his job, but he's also talking about potentially providing some other jobs as well.
Counselor Graney.
Presentation was excellent. I'm in support.
Counselor Bartley, then Counselor.
I just noticed something on this. Just through the chair, the Ward 2 counselor, the address on this is 899 Main Street. Can we verify where?
Yeah, it should not be 899.
I believe it's 914 Main Street.
Yep. It's an even address. You're correct.
I want to make a motion to amend the permit.
Second.
To make it,
Second the motion.
914 Main Street.
All right, so it says it in their application. I think it's just on the here.
Okay.
It's in the special.
All right, so this is confusing then to me. All right, so as long as it's 914 Main, that's really on the permit. That's all that matters.
So just in the permit itself, it is 914.
So on the order, it says 899.
So on the order, do you also want to amend it to 914, just so we have it on the order?
If you think that makes sense, I mean,
just so it's in the record.
I'll second that.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? All right, that way it's in compliance. Counselor Bartley, anything else, or?
That's it.
Okay, Counselor McGivern.
Thank you. I share a laptop at home with Mrs. McGivern, and I had to watch this meeting on TV and not be able to chime in. And I did Google Map 899, and it wasn't making sense. But I was impressed with the presentation by Anthony's sister, I believe. And I think she's watched more than, I know she's watched more than one of our meetings because she knew exactly what to say and when to say it. And Councilor Bartley addressed the time of operations very well last night because there was some concern that it wasn't part of the original application to have overnight, something that they may want to do down the road, which I think will be fine, but the neighborhood should be able to vet that out first. Right. So I commend Councilor Bartley for the hours of operation, which the applicant agreed to.
Mr. President?
Yeah, Counselor Graney?
Just quickly, just to add, if we're going into personalities, the mom and dad were longtime business people, and Peggy, of course, the mother, was a longtime member of the Holyoke School Committee and did a fine job. So say hello to them. Thank you.
And they ran some great dinners at the Portuguese American Club over the years.
If there is no one further, motion is to receive and adopt the special permit with the conditions as read. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 24A.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes, of course.
LeBron Martinez,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tolman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve the special permit for 914 Main Street. 24B, special permit application for hospital Height Kindred Healthcare at 45 Lower Westfield Road. Recommended it be adopted.
Motion to receive and adopt the committee report and to allow the special permit.
Motion to
Second.
receive, adopt, grant the special permit. Under discussion, Counselor Bartley.
Again, let me just start from the other end this time. So this is a public hearing, and we did not hear from any member of the public for or against. And so we had with us 5 members of the Bay State Kindred team, and they walked through the background for this. So this is at 45 Lower Westfield Road. It's a former, we all know it as a former Holyoke Geriatric Authority. It's been dormant for over a decade, and this proposal is to bring it online to make it ultimately be a tax-paying property, which the background was a good reminder for us, and I'm going to just run through some of the numbers just so that we have some familiarity with it. And then we're going to talk about the impacts, and then we're going to talk about the main event of this thing, Mr. President, which is the height of the building. 123,000 square feet, 150 beds, 200 full-time employees, 50 part-time employees, $53 million is the construction budget. I think that's fairly significant news for the city of Holyoke, and it's frankly, I think, good news. And then the impacts, I wish I knew north from south, Mr. President, but obviously I don't, because the impacts of this I think are going to be fairly significant relative to that intersection, that horrid intersection, that three-way stop that is regularly ignored by motorists coming out of Whiting Farms in particular, just gunning through stop signs there. So that is a disaster waiting to happen, especially with 250 employees, never mind the 150 occupants of the beds, never mind the families of the 150 occupants of the beds. So that's an intersection that's going to happen. I misspoke last night. I said south. Well, obviously it's north, but I said to the petitioners, you've got to do the best you can to tell your constituents not to be heading north, even though they might want to cut through, they might want to take a shortcut to JP's or wherever it is they're going, because that is a narrow roadway, in particular on Tokaniki and those roads, and it's really in the heart of a very, very dense neighborhood. So I'm hopeful that those words were heard, but regardless, that's just something that the city council is I'm sure is going to have to address down the road. Now to the main event, which is the height of the building. It's a fairly significant change because RO zoning allows 40-foot maximum. In this case, they're looking to go to 65 feet, but as Pete pointed out, really the number is 70 feet when you factor in the
Tower.
Yeah, the tower up there as well. So, but what they're doing, Mr. President, they're adding another floor. So they're adding an entire fourth floor from their original proposal that we passed. So, this is under site plan review, and the site plan review tees off for a second time on the 22nd, and it's their understanding that this is going to be approved at planning board at that point. So we heard the argument, and we unanimously supported it. Thank you.
Counselor Graney, then Counselor McGivern.
Just quickly, Mr. President, there's going to be 48 beds on 2 floors and 24 on 1. I believe that's what they said. So it's going to be quite a facility. And the top floor is going to be private rooms, which is something that's vastly needed. Thank you.
Counselor McGivern.
Listening to the presentation was very impressive. The developer, the architects from, I believe they're out of Tennessee, knew what they were presenting and understood the concerns of the city and understood the concerns of the neighborhood. Even talking about, which goes way beyond what we're voting on, the design of the buildings, blending in with the architectural designs of the neighborhood itself and somewhat of a theme of the city of Holyoke itself. Councilor Bartley said it exactly right, though. The significance of the height variance that we're, special permit that we're acting on allows for this building to expand up. And this is something we don't see enough of in Holyoke. Property tax is based on square footage. If you have one floor, it's X amount of square footage. You immediately put a second floor, it doubles the property tax in value. You put a third floor of the same dimension, it triples the property tax in value. Most of the height difference right now is that 70 foot in the tower, and another portion of the building, I think it's part of the third floor that we were told about that's being added. It's a win-win situation for the city of Holyoke. We're looking at 250, 300 more jobs. We're looking at something that is needed within the region, something that is needed within our city. But more important, we're gaining, finally, property tax in a new building, and an old building that we can't afford to take down will be demolished at their expense.
Counselor Bacon.
Thank you, Mr. President. This is, again, another significant development in Ward 5. It's been a long time coming, but I think it is a very good fit, and the jobs that are being created for people in the city are excellent jobs, and I think it's really a home run. And I'm really looking forward to getting that poor blighted property into a constructive purpose for those who have great needs, and also for the revenue for the city. Thank you.
Counselor Tallman.
Well said by everybody, and Councilor Chairman Barley did a great job in explaining everything. And this is an area that really getting developed and bringing a great company based at Kindred into our community, and the jobs that are being provided there is really important. One of my concerns was, and I brought it up last night at the meeting, was that traffic intersection there, that three-way stop, and I think it's important that we we really look at that and see what we can do before they build, and I'm sure they're aware of that. That's one of our key areas that we're concerned with, and also cutting through the other neighborhood. I'm very familiar with the Tokeniki Farnham area, and it is very narrow, and actually cars are on both sides of the street, so it's very tight and very narrow in that area. So hopefully, we'll find going out through the other way is the best way to go. So, but it's a great project for the city, and I'm looking forward to the old building coming down and some new growth in our city.
Anyone further? Seeing none. Motion is that we receive, adopt, grant the special permit. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for that.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez. Did she leave? Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern, Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
Wait your vote, you're granted the special permit. 24C.
Yeah, let me make a motion to suspend our rules to take 24C up with number 5, and at the same time open up the public hearing for that as well. So take 5 off the table and open and continue the public hearing.
Second.
So the motion is laid on the table, item number 5, take it off the table and open and continue the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Also taken up 24C.
All right, so, all right. So,
Well, actually, Counselor, hold on one second. 24C is an order that the HG&E, DPW, OCD, CONCOM meet with the DGNR committee to explore opportunities to combine resources for Valley Heights area.
all right, the motion is to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt, that's complied with.
All right. On agenda item 5, we are in a public hearing, and so let's go through that first. We are going to solicit from any department heads want to speak on the matter. Is there any member of the public that wants to speak for or against agenda item 5? Hearing none. Mr. President, I will make a motion to close the public hearing for agenda item 5.
A second.
Motion is to close the public hearing. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Okay.
opposed?
Now, this is going to get a little confusing because I'm already confused. So, let me go back to 24C, and then the body can decide how it wants to move forward. We had before us last night Kate Sullivan. I know she's married. I realize that, and Jeff Brolyard from HG&E, and the issue at this area is the number of telephone poles. If you remember, that was a petition. So there was the petition was to have 9 poles removed. Well, now that's not what they want to do. Now they want to just move. They want to move 2 poles and put them in a right-of-way proximate to 42 Valley Heights. They have said to us last night that they conferred with the owner of 42 Valley Heights, customer as they called that owner, and who just put in a new driveway, new garage, and according to the HG&E officials, the customer is pleased with the new plan, which gives, which moves the poles further down the property. I hope I got this right. And the other part of this, and I know that other committee members can speak a little more fluently than me on it, but the other part of this is, of course, the utilities and what to do with them. So the utilities in this area have been underground, and so what they want to do is they're working with, Verizon and Comcast, of all companies, that seem to be cooperating for the first time in Holyoke's history, and they want to, they're going to cooperate and work with HG&E to put the utilities underground. There are, as I said, a matter of 2 poles that have to be erected. The other 7, I guess, don't have to be put up. So the thinking is that Verizon, Comcast, they want to withdraw their petition, and so I think that's a motion that we should probably make at some point, and that we can vote on the motion that I made at the start of this spiel, is that this order has been complied with, which is the Sullivan-McGee order to figure out a way to sort of compromise, get the utilities underground, and still get the great service that HG&E provides to the Valley Heights area. I hope that covers it.
Councilor Sullivan?
Yep, that covers it very well. Just, it was a great effort between the department heads at DPW and HG&E. What we were able to identify there was some work that was going to happen on the water mains and the sewer lines on that street, and by doing that in conjunction with this, it reduced the overall cost of going underground with the electric service. As far as the 2 poles that still need to be placed, those are already existing poles. They're just going to be slightly relocated, so they won't be a new addition. Talked with quite a few neighbors, just about the whole street. Everybody's very happy. I think we've reached a great resolution here. There's still a little bit of work that we might be able to do. Either we did hear from Yoni Glasgow from our Conservation Commission. There may be a few other avenues to explore for a possibility of some other funding, but even without that, HG&E is ready to go ahead. We've reduced the delta on the original proposal somewhere in the neighborhood of $200,000.
Councilor McGivern?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just add 2 things. One, Valley Heights itself is an anomaly. It's, as I think we all know now, it's very unique with the way telephone and gas and electric poles are located in the easement behind houses. There is really no other street completely like Valley Heights. New development, they're told to put the wires underground. Those of us who are, live in neighborhoods that have telephone poles, it is what it is. We all love to see them go underground, but the cost would be phenomenal. So Valley Heights, I just commend everybody, the committee and the ward councilor and the mayor for working on this and working with the neighborhood, and I think it's a win-win. My only suggestion is Gas and Electric took the lead on this for them and Verizon throughout the petition, throughout the public hearings, is that if they haven't, that we ask them to give the withdrawal to us in writing. I think we should vote on, giving it leave to withdraw, but that they give that to us in writing, that they are withdrawing.
Yeah, so they are online. We could suspend the rules, allow them to speak, to say that.
Well, we're in a public, we closed the public hearing.
Or,
Yeah, if we could, yeah.
I can always have them send a letter. So on that, I did speak with HG&E, and they did say that they wanted to give it, and they said, however we felt it was proper, because they are coming back for the August meeting for the 2 polls. So is it leave to withdraw without prejudice or deny, however you want to do it? I said probably leave to withdraw without prejudice, because they're coming back August to do exactly how Councilor Bartley explained the whole project. So that's what they're looking for. And on this, it was a collaboration of this council, the committee, the neighborhood, the mayor, getting everyone on the same page. But really HG&E saying, okay, the neighborhood's not happy with the 2 options. The third one was way too expensive. How else can we do it? Councilor Sullivan, all of us came up with ideas, of which Verizon actually stepped up and put in some money with Comcast to help make this work. We've had our problems in the past with Verizon, but I have to give them, kudos for this, because they knew it was a unique situation and a problem, and one that they didn't want the polls the way it was. So they helped to make this happen. So I have to thank them for that, them and Comcast. So with that, I'd say leave to withdraw without prejudice, knowing that August 3rd, our meeting, they're coming back for the other 2 polls. Is that sufficient? Okay. So for 5, motion would be to give leave to withdraw without prejudice. Is there a second?
Second.
We'll have a roll call. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting to give it leave to withdraw without prejudice.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
LeBron Martinez, Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your votes, leave to withdraw without prejudice. 24C was that it's been complied with, and Councilor Bartley gave the report. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 24D,
Motion receive.
motion is to receive. This was a support petition for the relocation of the polls at Valley Heights. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Now we're
Okay, now, can we can suspend and take, oh boy, Jeff, do we,
24E, F, I, J, K, L, M, N are to adopt.
yeah, with all the ones we said to adopt,
So a motion be suspend the rules, take up E, F, I, J, K, L, M, N as a package.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Are those,
yeah, I gotta make sure we got the,
good?
G, H, and O are to lead to a draw. If I read it correctly.
our G, H, okay, so G, H, and O are not before us at this point, correct?
Those are to give leave to a draw.
Well, we're not taking them up right this second, are we?
No, I'm just letting you know what the ones
Okay,
were.
so we haven't, all right, I was looking at my notes from yesterday. So before us is our E, F, I, J, K, L, M, and N? Okay, thank you.
So that's as a package, all those. in
This
favor?
isn't easy.
Can we just get the addresses on those, though?
I'm going to read those now. I just want
okay.
to take them as a package first, if that's the way you want to do it.
That's fine.
I do.
Okay. So 21E is, abbreviated reading is declare 12 Main Street surplus. 24F is 22 Main Street. The other two are withdrawn. 21I is 394 High Street. 24J is 400 High Street. 24K is 588 High Street. 25L is 297 Elm Street. 24M is 301 Elm Street. And 24N is 303 Elm Street.
Yes, okay, so the motion is to receive, adopt the committee report, and to declare each of the aforesaid properties surplus.
Motion is to receive, adopt, declare surplus. Under discussion, Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, just as a refresher, when we declare surplus, we need a 2/3 vote. When we vote to convey, we need a majority vote. So that's how that's got to roll. We had the OPED director, Aaron, with us last night, and the assistant director, John, with us last night. Both very helpful. We walked through each of the properties, and they're encouraged that most, if not all, of these have potential buyers, developers. So we're simply allowing OPED to do its job, which is to put these out to the public, and hopefully find a private purchaser and get these off the city's balance sheet. So the committee voted unanimously to declare each of these surplus.
Anyone further? Seeing none, the clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for EFIJKLMN as surplus property.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greenie,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
Unanimous vote.
With your vote, you approve that package.
Now the motion is to take 24G and H, suspend, take as a package.
Motion to take up G
Second.
and H as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? G is declare surplus parcel on High Street identified as on the map. And H is another property declared on the same parcel or similar parcel on the map. Those are to give leave to withdraw. Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, motions to receive and adopt the committee report.
Motion is receive, adopt. Under discussion.
These were originally put on our list, and I'll orient you in a second. And then the DPW superintendent asked that they be removed from the list. And the reason is because these lots are for the parking areas at the corner of High and Hamden, across from Fernandez Family Restaurant in that general vicinity. And the DPW superintendent, who was at the meeting but vanished, so we did not hear from the superintendent, but we understand per OPED that they're being leased right now, and Mr. McManus, according to the OPED staff, said that there's a better and higher use right now by leasing them, financially speaking, for the city, as opposed to declaring them surplus available for disposition. So based upon his recommendation, again, not conveyed directly to the city council, but through OPED, the committee voted unanimously to accept that and give these leave to withdraw.
Anyone further? Motion is to give leave to withdraw. Oh, Councilor McGivern.
I agree with the recommendation of the committee. I just hope that lease that's in place for the parking lot has been approved by the council.
We can request a copy of the lease.
Oh, absolutely. You know it hasn't been approved, so.
That'd be nice.
Yeah, it would be nice.
All right, so for G and H.
Besides, it's the law.
Yeah.
Not only nice, it's the law.
That's right.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? 24.
Yeah, 24-0, yep.
This is declare surplus 297 Elm Street recommended that be withdrawn.
Yes, the motion to receive and adopt the committee report, give a leave to withdraw.
Under discussion, Council.
This was a duplicate. It was a typo, and we asked OPED to reword it, and they did, and we approved it earlier in this committee report. So this one is just simply a duplicate, and it's got to be.
So motion is to withdraw the duplicate. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? There was DGNR, we just did it. So there's no charter and rules, there's no joint committee. On to motions, orders, resolutions.
President, I can make a motion to suspend the rules on item 27 for the purpose of receiving and passing its first reading for adoption this evening.
Do you want to do 27, 28,
I have no problem. I just
29,
28, 29, and 30 are obvious. I just want to make sure if anybody has any questions on 27. If we don't adopt it this evening, it's going to die.
Well,
I'll make a motion to do 27, 28, 29, and 30 as a package for adoption.
Second.
Second, yep.
all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? So 27 is from firefighter to lieutenant. 28 is a transfer, that was $5,000. 28 is $3,820 from firefighter to injured on duty. 29 is $2,228.92 from firefighter to injured on duty. 30 is $11,880.40 from lieutenant patrol sergeant to injured on duty, and that's where we stop. Motion to receive, adopt, pass the first reading. Our discussion, Councilor McGivern.
Thank you, Mr. President. We are tomorrow 2 weeks from the end of the fiscal year, so on item 27, we need to take final action, or without another meeting, we would not be able to approve the request of the chief of the fire department. I talked to Chief Peskopowski this afternoon. He apologizes. He missed the amendment to the ordinance that took place last year. Normally, this type of transfer of personnel to personnel at the end of the year, living within your budget, was okay as long as the department head did it with the permission of the sign off of the mayor. The reason he's asking for this at this point in the game is the surplus in firefighters is due to some vacancies, retirements, and I think 1 or 2 resignations. And the purpose of putting it into the lieutenants is he's had a promotion after a retirement. The promotion, the individual who got promoted has, because of certificates and other things, a different salary rate than the person that they're replacing. So he's a little bit short for the end of the fiscal year. I told Jeff not to be here this night. I can't tell Zoom who's here and who's not here, except when I see Councilor Leahy up on these big TVs with the background of the city council, and I think he's in front of me and I think he's behind me, but that's okay. But I would ask that the body would indulge and pass this evening. The next 3 items are what we do every city council meeting, are firefighters and police officers injured on duty, and we're just, for accounting purposes, just taking their salaries from one line item and putting them into injured on duty.
Any discussion?
No, just Councilor McGee. I'm happy that Councilor McGivern got my name right tonight.
3 times, Jim, 3 times. I'm doing good. It's got to be the picture. Now when I see you.
So motion is to pass the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call a roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 27 to 30.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Hartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve those. 31, Councilor McGivern?
Make a motion to receive, suspend the rules for the purpose of passing the first reading and
Motion to
adopting this
receive,
evening.
adopt, pass for
Second.
first reading. Our discussion, Councilor McGivern.
It's, again, it's the end of the,
Hold on, it's $2,055 from assistant solicitor to associate solicitor, sorry.
just again, it's the end of the fiscal year, 2 weeks from tomorrow, and this transfer request would have to be adopted before the end of the fiscal year. The surplus is a vacancy within the assistant city solicitor's position itself. I'm going to ask Mayor Murphy to help me. I did a conference call with both our city solicitor and assistant city solicitor today. I know the Assistant City Solicitor is with us on Zoom to talk about this, and we ended up talking about Robert's Rules. So I forgot to ask him exactly what this is, but my understanding is that the city solicitor is looking to fill the position of the associate solicitor for obvious reasons of staffing the law department, which is they're very understaffed and have been very understaffed for some time. But I would suggest that that's the case, Mayor Murphy, that we would adopt the transfer this evening so she could start advertising.
Councilor Murphy.
And that is the case. We're trying to get the attorney in, and we need this transfer in order to be able to do that.
To make the offer?
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone further? Seeing none, motion is passed the first reading. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading?
Motion is passed the second reading. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for the transfer.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Greeny,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lacy,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes?
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve that one. 32.
Make a motion to receive, refer to Committee on Finance. This is a request by Councilor Murphy. I think many of us are in support of what he's requesting. There's just maybe some questions about the bond.
So this is
debt.
a bond for $575,000 for infrastructure improvements, and there's a laundry list of places. Councilor Murphy?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. And I know it's always gone to committee, and I appreciate that. I just one reason I want to see if it potentially could be done. We have talked about in council, we are in good shape in terms of this plus the other transfer in terms of demolition if we so decided. But the issue here, there's two things. Northampton Street pavement, which is in dire need of repairs. I spoke with our city engineer, and then he had Jim Zach from the DPW review it as well. And the timing on this, in order to get the work done before winter, is pretty crucial. And if I can read a couple of paragraphs, I think this might.
Do you want to read the bond, or you want to read something different?
What was that?
Are you reading the bond or something different?
No.
Okay.
I'm reading a report
Okay.
from. This is from the city engineer. Basically, the cost is approximately $200,000, and I've been told every time you do these, you should put 15% additional cost. So I've done that. But he basically said, allowing 2 or 3 months for bidding of the work, there is a possibility that the temporary improvements could be completed on Northampton Street before the end of the 2001 construction season. My concern is that if we wait until August 3rd to approve this, if we were going to approve it, that in fact we would not get this done, and so Northampton Street would continue to be in the shape that it's in. And what we are talking about is the 2 driving lanes, which the work that he's indicated, and I'm going to read a couple more things. These temporary improvements are expected to add about 5 years to the road life and provide time for design and funding of the planned major reconstruction of Northampton Street, which we're looking for state money to do, but that's 2 or 3 years away. So that was one of the concerns. The other parts of the request were related to the raised sidewalks, which we've talked about Dean School. We've talked about at West Franklin Street, and we've talked about as we've started to go Mayor Field and improving on that and attracting more kids. Those are all areas that we have concerns with. They're all near playgrounds or athletic fields. They're all areas that drivers tend to go much faster than they, and in fact, I was at the Latino Chamber of Commerce meeting I had tonight. The Main Street thing came up again, that we got to find a way to slow traffic down. I noticed that the engineer has told me this can slow traffic down, but I know the original thought, we don't have the money. I've spoken to him, and it's about $50,000 per. So I've tried to include that in this because I think those 3 areas, I mean, we had a death at Main Street last year. We had a death on West Franklin a couple of years ago. We've had people go into housing at West Franklin Street, and we've had concerns about Westfield Road. And again, they're all next to ball fields or playgrounds or schools. So if that were not connected to the Northampton Street, I would probably say, you know, just go to committee. But if we are hoping to get this done in this construction season, I think we need to consider moving it.
Any
But I'll respect whatever the council decides.
Any questions? Counselor McGivern.
No, I appreciated and half expected the request, and there might be some questions about our bonding depth. The auditor, I did talk to her this afternoon. I don't believe this would have a direct impact on what we want to do with the middle school, but it is going to add to our total depth itself. Not a lot, but it would. I'm a big fan of raised sidewalks. I asked the city engineer, although it was at the end of the Heritage Street Park and other Dwight Street project that was going out here, and they couldn't make room for it within the budget. So if there's a little bit of surplus in this request here, I certainly wouldn't mind if the mayor amended it this evening to say that if there's enough, we could do a raised sidewalk for Heritage Street, but that's just a little negotiation here, Mr. Mayor. I think we're all in favor something has to be done on Northampton Street. It would be nice if the state could move that project up so that we don't spend too much money for something that's going to be redone in 2022 or 2023.
23 is what I
23.
thought. 23.
And I know that's too long to wait for what needs to be done on Northampton Street. We need safety and a little bit more smooth sailing on that very well-traveled road. But I certainly will support passing it this evening, and would love to hear the mayor say something about Heritage Street.
Well, I would love to say it, but based on the estimates of the city engineer, I tend to think there probably won't, but if there was, I would have no problem.
I'm just thinking with X amount of raised sidewalks going out to bid, they might just come in a little bit lower, but who knows?
We'd have to add it tonight
I know, we can't.
because you can't have them amend
And with
themselves.
the Bartley rule, we can't do it, you can't do it after tonight.
Right.
I can vote on it.
So motion is to add Hampshire Street at the end? Is that
No,
what you're asking?
consider Heritage Street.
Heritage Street, sorry, Heritage Street.
If there's a surplus.
If there's a surplus.
Mr. Chairman?
If that can be done without jeopardizing the bond, I'd be fine, but I really don't, based on all the estimates that I got, I don't think that's gonna
All
happen.
right. So Counselor Graney.
If there's a surplus, let's add Woods Avenue to it too.
Right.
Gonna get, want to leave as is until we come back with another bond? Counselor Lisi.
Thank you. I mean, it has to come back to committee if there is a surplus anyway, and we could vote at that point in time what to do with that surplus. So
If there was a surplus, you could amend
let's just
that.
leave
That's
it
a
the way
good
that it
compromise.
is.
All right. So on this one, the motion would be to receive, adopt, pass the first reading.
Aye.
Aye.
So all those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed?
Motion to pass the second reading.
Motion to pass the second reading. The
Aye.
clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for 32, which is the 575 bond.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes,
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
With your vote, you approve that one. 33 was already done.
34 and 35 as a package with the maker's permission.
Motion is suspend rules, take up 34 and 35 as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Order that no parking be allowed on Boulay Street from northeast intersection to 7th Street for a point of 40 feet northerly. 35 is in order that the city raise the sewer fee to a minimum of 8.05 per 1,000 gallon in order to make certain that the enterprise fund no longer operates in a deficit. Those would both go to ordinance.
Receive, send to ordinance.
Counselor Bartley.
No, I'll let the maker go first, then I'll. I just have a
Counselor
question.
Murphy.
Yeah, thank you. And I want to thank both our auditor and our superintendent at DPW. I've been working to try to get the figure that would help balance it. I do want to make a few statements, and I know this is our last regular meeting. I am hoping that we may come very close to knowing that we're going to do this and potentially starting at July 1st, but I want to say a few things if I can. So when I started planning this budget for FY22, one of the significant challenges was I had to start with a $1.667 million sewer deficit, which was money that somewhere down the line I had to either cut or come up with. Obviously, I ended up having to make far more cuts. The projected revenue here and the cost, if we went to the 805, which is basically would put us in a situation where more than likely we would not have to raise the sewer rate for 3 to 4 years, based on the estimates that the superintendent has put out. The impact on the average ratepayer would be $82.07 a year. And as I said in the budget, with the fact that we are having a Proposition 2.5% increase of $1.438 million, this additional fee would be $1.512. I have talked to bond counsel about potentially providing a tax deferment to offset it. The estimate would be around $700,000. And if we did that, the impact between the sewer fee and the 2.5% increase in property taxes, not counting any growth, but that impact would be for FY22, $2.25 million, and then in FY23 it would be $2.3 million. So we're breaking it out rather than having it be close to $3 million this year and then 1.7 or 1.8 million next year. I'm trying to make it so that the impact is balanced from one year to the next. But I do hope that the council, at some point, however it gets done, we need to get that balance. Whoever is going to be the new mayor, with all due respect, that is a daunting figure when you started and you're coming down there and you're saying, okay, now I got a $1.7 million deficit I've got to make up. So I try to put it so it would be the least impact year to year and would be somewhat reasonable. And I know there are people hurting, but it would be somewhat reasonable in terms of that. So thank you for whatever you can do.
Councilor Greeny.
And just quickly, if I could, how much money is owed by delinquent payers on these sewer fees? Do we have a figure there?
I don't have the figure, but it's approximately what the percentage-wise is about 7, and it's about 600,000 or 700,000.
So what is owed the city in terms of delinquency is what we're trying to make up, basically.
That it's part of it, but the amount of money that we would be raising based on the current rate does not cover the entire account. The other aspect to that, and I've talked about that, as we collect, that money needs to go into surplus so that we don't end up having to raise rates, and we've gotten to the point where as we start to get shut-offs again, the collection process has improved, so we're looking to get some of those revenues back. But they would go into a surplus to be used so that we are not, and we're also going to have additional bonding costs coming in because of the Jackson Sewer project and any other sewer project. But Jackson Sewer comes due, I think, in FY23.
Just to follow up, is there any prospect that we can collect that $700,000 to $800,000 from the delinquent payers?
I believe we're going to collect a significant portion of it, yes.
Thank you.
Anyone for Councilor Bartley?
Yeah, just through the chair to Acting Mayor Murphy. The current sewer rate is what now, Terry?
The current sewer rate is 665.
665. Okay, so I just want to say that for the so 665 is the current rate, and your proposal is 805. And just back to the chair again. What type of flexibility is there? So this is your proposal, but this can be amended.
Yes.
It can be amended north or south.
Yes.
You said a minimum of 805 on here, but I guess there has to be some kind of so there may be there may be an amendment that can be accepted.
Yes, I wouldn't go above 805. If anywhere, I looked at going lower, but in looking at the next 3 or 4 years, it looked to me very clearly that if we did that and we did get the back payments, which I think we're going to get, that we would be in a position that that would be pretty much a stable rate. If we go lower, my expectation is we're gonna have to be back in that situation of raising those rates as we move forward.
And just through the chair again, we last raised this rate at this body. I just want to get that date. I know I'm not expecting you to have that. I don't think you were here.
No, I wasn't.
No, okay, so,
It's been a little while.
I'm in 2017 that we did it, but I want to get that, explained. And my last point, just through the chair again to Terry, is that there's no minimum number when there's a real estate transfer for either commercial or residential or property. So many municipalities do have a minimum number, whether it's $5 or $10 or $50, something like that. But that's something that can be, I mean, I'm not going to file an order like that because, you file an order like that, it just gets out of control. But somebody in your position could maybe talk to Springfield or Chicopee or West Side or Westfield, whatever, and see what they do, and you work fairly readily.
And I mean,
that might make some sense actually, because lawyers are just, we always say, why are we paying $1.10 bill for a final sewer? I mean, it's stupid. So if there's a minimum final sewer bill, I think that would make all of us a little more pleased. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
So these two, so 34 and 35 are to ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 36 is from Councilor Anderson Burgos, or that the city engineer and/or HPD study the traffic and increase enforcement on Northampton Street between Beach and West Franklin. So motion be receive, adopt, send to HPD, copy to the engineer, and copy to public safety.
Yes.
So we can get a report back. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those
Thank
opposed?
Mr. President, can we just send 37, 38, and 39 as a package to DGR? Thank you.
Second.
Right, so 37, 38, 39, suspend rules, take up as a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 37 is to accept the proposal and sale of 86 Beach Street. 38 is to accept the sale of 277 Main Street. And 39 is to accept the sale proposal for 285 Main Street. All three to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 40 was done.
41 and 42 is a package.
41 and 42 is a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? So 41 is that section 4.6.3.2 be amended to allow for increased fence height by special permit. And 42 is that the marijuana ordinance be amended to correct, one, the site plan review process and the reference to table 4.3 principal use. Both to ordinance.
Yep, thank you.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? 40,
43 and 44.
45 were
No, 43 and 44 is a package.
43 and 44 is a package. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? 43 is that the city council vote to place the following question on the ballot: should the city treasurer be changed to an elected position, an appointing position that combines the treasurer and collector? And then 44 is that the city council, in accordance with Mass General Law, section, chapter 43, section 43, submit the following question to voters as a binding referendum. Shall the city allow for the sale of marijuana products as those terms as defined in GL 94I? Both those to charter and rules?
Well, actually, I'd like to lay them on the table. There is a version of 43. It's a refile of the order that's in charter and rules. But if we want this to show up on the November ballot, we do need to make some progress on it. So I'd like us not to lose sight of it and just legal is working on it per the committee's request. But I think laying it on the table for the next full city council meeting is appropriate so that we could pass it in time for placing it on the ballot this year.
So motion is for 43, you said, or 40?
Both,
Oh.
43 and 44 on the ballot.
Okay,
I mean,
Counselor?
sorry, on the table.
Well, I'm just going to oppose that, and because for one, my sanity, but two, at our August meeting, those of us that have been here more than a minute, that is an incredibly lengthy agenda as it is, and now the maker of this order is proposing that we have a full-blown committee debate on a ballot question on
No.
this.
No?
I just completely oppose laying this on the table. It should be sent to committee, like every other order goes to committee. Just because the maker of the order wants it this way for a discussion for another that doesn't cut it with me. This is going to be a 4-hour plus meeting in August. This is just going to overwhelm. I just think that's unreasonable request at this late hour. Thank you.
Counselor Vacan.
I agree with the counselor who is speaking against tabling. It's irregular, and I think it's a misuse of the motion. Thank you.
Right, so there was a motion to table.
Not seconded.
There was second. So now.
Second.
So
Second.
this-
I just want to make it really clear again. So this is already
Not
in.
debatable.
Can't
Seconded,
debate.
not debatable.
So with that, 43 and 44 were to table. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All those
Aye.
opposed?
No.
No.
I'd say the noes have it.
Show of hands.
Show of hands if you want to table it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4. So tabling
Ms. Hernandez is 5, I think.
5. I missed someone? 5. So
Motion
it needs
send
7.
to the committee.
Motion be to send to Charter and Rules.
Second.
All those in
So
favor?
under discussion.
Under discussion.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, there already is a version filed on March 2nd of this year in Charter and Rules, but there's not any progress coming out. I mean, the last committee report that I understood was that it was sent to the legal department to get some clarification on whether or not the language is correct. I mean, there's not much to it. It's right here. It's about placing ballot language, referendum language on the ballot. And we just need to make sure that the legal form is correct. Now, again, it's been discussed in committee. It's not made it out of committee. We're waiting for the legal department, which just went through a transition, to get us information about whether or not the language is appropriate. It's pretty straightforward. It's not something that we discuss. It's about putting it on the ballot for the public to make a determination.
Counselor Bartley.
Yeah, respectfully, take that up with the city council president who appoints the chairs. But if you're going to start managing other chairpersons, Mr. President, from another position, this is just going to be total anarchy. I mean, I have my qualms with other chairs. I've expressed them in committees. But you know what? I deal with it in committee. I don't come up here with an order blasting a chair because the chair's not doing the job that I want to do. I mean, that is not how we do business here. I think this is a disrespectful order. I could go into many instances of my displeasure with many chairpersons over the course of my time here. But I've never done it like this, to embarrass a chairperson like this with an order that we have it in committee since March 2nd. Well, too bad. You know what? That's life. We're doing the best we can at the busiest time of the year. But to do this right now is a slap in the face, and I disagree with it. Thank you.
Mr. President?
Hold on. I'm going to say all the chairs that have been here have done a phenomenal job, and that's my view. Now, I know it's late, and certain people want certain things this way. I'll be specific for 43. I was the original maker of the order when I first brought it up many moons ago. It got beat. I didn't get mad. I didn't get upset. That was the process. But all the chairs, all the counselors do a phenomenal job. So with that, Counselor Vacan is up next.
Thank you, Mr. President. I would just note that I do think our legal department has been under a lot of duress, and I think they're doing their best to dig through a lot of complicated and historical matters, and that they've been doing a really good job of catching up in very short order. And so I think for us to give them the time to do their job, as a chair, I don't see myself as wanting to run the legal department of the city. And I have full confidence and trust in our acting solicitor, Attorney Ball, that as soon as she can get to these matters, she will. Thank you.
I do know one thing, although we do not have meetings, this is for the public record. Although we do not have a meeting until the August meeting, after we do a recess for the July. We still meet as committees during the summer. We have. So charter and rules can still meet. It's not as if they can't. Councilor Lisi.
Thank you. I just want to really make sure that there was no misinterpretation of the fact that I am not in any way, shape, or form calling out another chair for how they're running their committees. I already acknowledge that there is a significant transition in our legal department, and that's why they are working on it but haven't resolved the matter of whether or not this is appropriate legal language for a ballot referendum. There's no accusations, there's no attacks, there was no ill will in this order. It's just that we're coming up on deadlines in terms of how we can place important matters. I mean, as our president said, this was first filed in 2015. I mean, it's not a new issue for us, and I would hate for us to lose sight of it in the committee process and not get it passed or not passed by the deadlines that are out there and the timelines that are out there. So from my point of view, it's just placing it on the table so that we know that it's like a bookmark, something that we need to deal with if we want to move forward on it or not. I mean, we have the ability to say yes or no once it's on the table, but I would hate for it to get lost from our site because of other issues coming up.
Councilor Murphy, then Councilor Grady.
Yeah, my major concern with this is that if we put this on the ballot, we also have someone, and maybe more, but at least someone running for treasurer. So that person gets elected treasurer. If this is on the ballot at the same time, does that person no longer become treasurer? I mean, I think we need to do this kind of question. I don't disagree with the potential of the question, but I disagree with the timing of it. My speculation is if you did it in 2015, the goal would have been that it would have started in 2017 and not in the middle of a term unless there was a vacancy. So that's my concern from a logistics standpoint, not the merits pro or con of this, but from a logistics standpoint, that person running for treasurer should know that if they get elected, they have a 4-year term because that's what they're running for, and that's what the charter said when they were getting elected. If we want to change it, then I think we need to change it when that term expires.
Councilor Graney.
Yeah, Mr. President, there are many questions that have come up over the years that I would love to see on the ballot and let the people vote on. But the fact of the matter is, we take votes in this committee. We're the representatives of the people. What happens in this committee is said, it's done, it's over with. So let's move on, please.
Councilor McGivern.
Item 43, the importance, not just the fact that it's a charter change, but because we're proposing that the voters change the positions of treasurer as an elected official and tax collector as an appointed official, combining them, is something that needs to be voted on if it's going to change. But it's something that the Department of Local Services and the Department of Revenue have been on our case to change the makeup of our financial offices. And this is one option that I think will get them off our case, if we work with them and work with the way, because what they're proposing is financially absorbent. And I think we need to show them we can do something internally that makes more sense and change some of that financial makeup. I have a lot of confidence in charter and rules that they can at least get the answer back out for us so we can make a decision in August because it's important. It's not just important because the ballot question is coming up. Mayor Murphy makes a good point, but our current treasurer is fully aware of the importance of this combination, being that she's served in both of them. And I think it's just something that we need to vet out quickly because DOR is really been looking at us, and I think it's a big part of the outside audit and the deficit and everything like that. It's like, I think it's something that we need to look at, and I'm sure Charter and Rules will get this through for the August meeting. And Mr. Chairman, Mr. President, with your chairmans, we don't take any grief from anybody. I never do. It's one time the Finance Committee chair tried to put a few things on the agenda before the next meeting of the City Council and tried to get them to come out thinking that would work, but the open meeting law wouldn't allow that. And, I didn't take any grief about that at all. Thick skin.
Everyone in this room and on the web does a phenomenal job. I can't say that enough. It's late. We're getting tired. I'm losing my voice. So, Councilor Bacon.
I just simply want to note, and I want to thank Councilor Acting Mayor Murphy for reminding the body that this matter was taken up in committee. There was a full discussion. It's unfortunate the councilor filing the order that once.
I recognize that. I did recognize that.
And so, I just thank him for reminding the body that there are material reasons why things don't always happen when somebody wants them to. Thank you.
All right, so 43 and 44 to Charter and Rules. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? All right, 45, 46, and 47 were already taken care of. 48 is from myself, that in accordance with Mass General Law, the City Council vote to discontinue use of OS tabulation systems. Oh, this is the voting machines, the old ones. We're getting rid of the old ones and new ones are coming in. So the process is you have to vote these out to then allow the new ones to be used.
So moved.
Second.
So vote is to approve the discontinuance. Oh my God, I'm losing my voice. All those in favor?
Aye.
All those opposed? Okay. 49, the City Council vote to extend the bus.
Excuse me, we need a roll call on that because this vote has to go to the Secretary of State's office.
And Webb has spoken.
Roll call on 48.
We'll do a roll call on 48. The clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you are going to discontinue these machines to allow the new ones to come in.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
Yes.
Graney,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern.
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
12 yeas.
Your vote, you're approved to discontinue to allow the new machines. 49 is the additional 2-year contract for the
Mr.
buses.
President,
Yep.
Reading of finance?
if I can, I was given legal advice that I did file a late file letter saying that as the mayor, I needed to say that I would be in favor of this contract in order for the council to vote for it or something to that extent. That was said to me this afternoon. I did.
Motion to suspend, take up the late file.
That was a late file, yeah.
Second.
Second.
Todd, can you just tell us what late file letter that is?
A is.
So I can get more depressed?
It would have been like 3 o'clock or thereabouts.
There, you sent out about 4 letters after 3 o'clock.
It'll be 3 o'clock before we leave.
So we have. So we got a letter, but was it received as a late file?
It's a late file, yeah.
Brenda told her about to bring it to me.
All right, so the hard copies are, that's why it's missing. So, the letter reads, Dear Honorable Council, the acting mayor for the city of Holyoke, I am in favor of extending the bus transportation contract for 2 years. So that's what that says. So 49 is the vote of the council to do that. The mayor is asking us to do that with his letter. So we'll call that late file, I think it's H, but the clerk will have to figure out which letter we're on. I'm just giving it a hypothetical. So taking up H with 49 and referring those to finance.
Finance.
A question, Mr. President?
Yeah.
Or to the mayor, the contract, current contract expires in June 30th. When Anthony Soto was before the Finance Committee to talk about the $250,000 appropriately, because it was about surplus bus contract money, he explained to us the reason for the 2 years and the reason for not going out to bid again. It's allowed to be extended. Because if he went out to bid, mostly because of COVID, a lot of these bus services are going up 20 and 30%. So it's important that we recognize the 2 years is going to save the city a lot of money. I have no problem sending it to finance, but I'm just looking at that June 30th date and wondering if that's going to cause a problem.
Well, as you're speaking, the attorney has raised their hand. Motion be suspend the rules, allow for legal to speak.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
Hey, Jenna? Can you hear us? You're on mute. Jenna, can you hear us? Is she on the phone? Would that be star? Is that star six or? It would be coming up as a phone icon. Oh. Space bar?
Ground control to major.
Hi, can you hear me? I'm sorry.
Yep.
Yes.
I could not get it to work. I just wanted to chime in. As Councilor McGivern had mentioned, we're kind of up against the clock in the sense that the contract does expire by 6:30. Legal did reach out to Mayor Murphy this afternoon regarding Rule 35, where City Council can approve an ordinance, order, resolution, or vote on the same day by a 2/3 yea or nay vote. Typically, it would have to be a majority vote and then an interval of 3 days between two readings before passing. But because of the essence of time with the 6:30 date approaching, legal just wanted to point out that option to City Council.
So before us is 49, which would be the vote to extend for 2 years. And you have the late file saying that the mayor authorizes that. So would will the body be to receive, adopt, and approved the extension for 2 years? That's what you'd be looking for.
That would be the hope.
Mr. President?
Yep.
Just quickly, not only is the cost possibly of the bus services go up, but it would probably go up more with the increase in fuel costs across the country. I'm afraid that we're heading to $4 a gallon for gasoline. So the cost could probably be much higher than the actual 10%, 20%. Just a food for thought.
So the motion, is there a second to it?
Second.
All right, so motion is to approve and give an additional 2-year contract to the busing. Clerk will call the roll. If you vote yes, you're voting for that 2-year extension.
Anderson Burgos,
Yes.
Bartley,
No.
Greenie,
Yes.
Hernandez,
Yes.
Leahy,
Yes.
Lisi,
Yes.
McGee,
Yes.
McGivern,
Yes.
Murphy,
Yes.
Sullivan,
Yes.
Tallman,
Yes.
Bacon.
Yes.
11 yeas, 1 nay.
For your vote, you approve the 2-year extension. 50 is ordinance. It's for myself. Update the removal of residency requirement for the solicitor. 51, that the city solicitor research how the law departments are set up in Western Mass and how lawyers do legal work. 52 is that the ordinance committee look at updating the necessary new proposals for structure of the law department. So all 50, 51, and 52 take up as a package.
Second.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Send them to ordinance.
So moved.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
53 is from Councilman McGee. That was already done.
Motion adjourned.
Almost there. Almost there. Come on. A, separation agreement and general release. This is from the schools regarding Dr. Matos. Should have gotten a copy of this, so receive.
Receive.
Receive and send a copy to, I'll take in DGR.
Receive and refer to DGNR. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? C is street vendor license for Nicole, I think it's Ortiz.
Ordinance.
It's an ordinance. All those in favor?
Aye.
All opposed?
Aye.
D is a memorandum from the mayor with some questions regarding this is the auxiliary police that he mentioned earlier.
Finance.
This would be, it's a communication regarding chain of command, so send that to which one?
Finance.
Finance, all those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Late,
Could I ask,
yep,
again, all this reform is causing some issues. If it's possible, I mean, just to receive the communication, and I'm just making that aware, and then send it to a committee, that's fine, but we just need to clarify that the auxiliary police do report to the Holyoke Police Chief. And,
Yeah, I guess-
And there was some concern about liability if that wasn't clarified, and that's
Are we
why I was
debating late
asking.
files?
so motion is to take final action on D.
Well, it's just the
Receive.
communication, so it's just
Just
received.
Motion to receive.
Motion to receive.
Motion received.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Aye.
And late file G is the communications from the auditor regarding the loss of revenue.
Copy to finance, please.
Copy to
Aye.
finance. All those in favor?
Skip E and F.
Aye.
F, I think, was,
We did them.
we
Okay.
did those. We did,
Okay,
we took
very
some,
good.
one, I forgot what they were right now.
Very good.
That's it.
Motion adjourned.
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
All
Aye.
opposed?
Have a good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Good night, everybody.
I thought it was Zoom that